Okay. Getting started on the regular evening for April. Looks like we have a verification of quorum. We've got everybody, right? Including Mr. McKenzie. So, my glasses on here. We're proposing a motion for executive session per Idaho Code 34206(1)F litigation discussion regarding case number 124 CV 00093-REP Rumpler versus North Idaho College et al. And we because what? So moved?
Yes, I make a motion to go into executive session.
All right, thank you, sir. I was going to ask for that next. Do we have a second?
Sure, I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? I've got a little statement to make to clarify things.
Mr. Chairman, in light of the communication we had last night, I really don't see the need to go to the point.
Okay, let me read my thing here and then we'll take a vote. Okay, it's up to the board. Okay, working in consultation with the president and general counsel regarding the Rumpler litigation, we requested a written report, an executive session briefing from panel counsel. Panel counsel Francis Torrance is standing by to update the board on its progress, provide a preliminary analysis. The report and president have raised several issues that the board needs to deliberate on, decide how it would like to proceed. So, we say no, so let's go ahead and have a vote. Go ahead, Terry, what's your vote? You want a roll call vote?
No.
No?
No? Mr. Banducci,
Yes.
Mr. McKenzie,
I just encourage you to use trustee word for everybody. Yes.
Trustee McKenzie, yes?
Yes.
And I was gonna vote yes, but we only have 3 out of 5, and according to law, we need 4 out of 5, so we're not going in for the first executive session. So let's go ahead and look at number 2. Executive session for Idaho Code 74206(1)B complaint. Discussion regarding complaints or charges brought against a public officer or employee. So I have a little statement here. I've received requests for information from trustees. I'm happy to provide all the information that I have and that exists, but it must be provided in a confidential meeting. To share information or opinion outside of the meeting related to an issue that the board will need to take action on would violate open meeting laws. We're required by state law to promulgate this information in a duly noticed executive session. Comments?
Can you give us any indication as to who the complaint is against? Is it a trustee or an employee?
Not at this point. No, we'd have to do that in the session.
You can't say whether it's a public officer, a trustee. You're not asking
No,
for the name of the trustee.
Don't
you're
think
asking
I can
for-
do that.
You can't or you won't.
I can't.
That's unfortunate.
Okay, so any other conversation, any other? Okay, we need to have a vote. Trustee Zimmerman,
No.
trustee
No.
Sokol, no, trustee Banducci,
Yes.
trustee McKenzie,
Yes.
and I would vote no, yes. But we only have 3 and not 5, so we are not going to executive session on that one either. So we recess until 6 o'clock for the regular meeting, okay?
The guest Wi-Fi.
Yeah, NIC public Wi-Fi.
Go.
NIC public Wi-Fi.
Okay, we're going here, and we've started, so we did not go into executive session.
Yes, he can. In the blue shirt.
And so we're going to reconvene. Let's see, looks like we have all of the trustees. And so we have a quorum. So let's have the Pledge of Allegiance. We've got a lot to do tonight. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so message from the chair. A lot of stuff going on in the community and here. I got a little thing that won't take us too long, hopefully. We've got a lot to do. Okay, so there's been a lot of work done since the last meeting again. We had a meeting with ACCT, that's the Association of Community College Trustees, to discuss the process and standards for minutes. We've been spending too much time on minutes, and we're trying to figure out a better way. And we ended up with an agreement among the trustees, president, and secretary to put the minimum content in the minutes and use our video recordings that are on YouTube for the details. So this should help alleviate discussions on what should or should not be in the minutes, leading to shorter meetings. Also, last Friday, and for some of the folks on Monday, Sarah Garcia gave us a presentation on the budget last Friday, and some folks were done on Monday, and as usual, it was well done. So to give a quick update on the current status of NWCCU, because there's work going on within the board, because that's where most of the issues are. The meetings are smoother now and with less disagreement among the board members and president. We have put one of 4 lawsuits behind us, and the others will hopefully go rather quickly. Although with the courts, it is never wise to predict how fast things will go. As requested, we have been working on setting clear lines on where the board's responsibilities and the president's responsibilities meet. Nothing's been really decided. This has been messy, of course, but it is necessary. I have 16 years of work doing this kind of work. In Fortune 100 companies, it is normal for people to stand their ground. Rather, it is concerning if people aren't standing their ground. We will get through it. But we need to get that done because that's like 2 or 3 of the items that are on the accreditation list. One of my primary focuses has been to reduce the threat of more litigation while also spending relatively small amounts of money on legal advice. A typical lawsuit is $100,000 to $200,000, and as the saying goes, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So far, no new litigation has showed up since I became chair on November 20th, but I can't reduce the risk to 0. It's not under my control. We're just trying to work out what we've got and finish it up. We've made a lot of progress, but there's only 4 meetings left before we have to do the next report. And because ACCT will be helping write that in September, and then in October is the site visit, and then we get the response in November. We need to stay focused on completing the outstanding issues and continue to go out of our way to work with each other to avoid disruptions and to back up each other when possible. Okay, so that's where we are. Put this back here. So that's the message from the chair. So the next one, Dr. Swain, celebrating success.
Right. So we have our illustrious Frenchman, Philippe Val, who has been leading the graphic design program at NIC for a number of years. And he brought some of his students, and you see on the table up here a stack of awards. They really did a great job cleaning up with the Addy Awards this year. And so Philippe is going to run us through that. And he's got folks in the audience that are part of the graphic design that are going to record and document the recognition of Philippe and his students. And we've done some great work, and you'll see some images later about some of the upgrades that we've been able to put into his program as well. You'll see that in the CTE presentation later from Vicky. So, Philippe, take it away.
Thank you, trustees, Dr. Swain, people in the audience, people of the administration, and IC. So, talking about success, well, success is just not one person. I'm here assisted by a part-time faculty for the last 5 years. We have currently 4 part-time faculty and myself, so we're managing. So the support that we get, all the success that we have, would not happen without Dr. Swain, Sarah Garcia, the entire team here, the leadership at NIC. It will not happen. So I want to thank you for all you do. So 6 years ago, I had a vision. It would be great to bring the program to campus. And at the time, Doug Anderson and Sue Shibley was the chair, and we decided, well, let's go back to campus. That'll be a great opportunity. This is what we got. This is what we ended up on. That was the first thing we have. So then, as graphic designer, we went to what we do best. We became architect, and we figured out this entire building will be actually a good transformation. So, and then suddenly after that, when we knew the building was happening, we have that thing, it's called the Grant 2.0, which everybody heard. And we were very fortunate out of 1.2 million that was awarded to receive 467. So this is a few pieces of equipment, the jewel case. I mean, this is this 14-foot great flat panel display, interactive, that is in Many University. This one is from Georgia Tech, so that was great. Thank you, Dr. Swain, for your help in choosing this piece of equipment. It's working great for us. So, but there's a lot of unsung hero in success. So you can see here some of our employees here. Jesse Fountain does making sure that everything goes, but there's other unsung hero. April, your assistant, okay. We have a lot of other people that are very good. Leslie Sinkert, Maya. Those people are behind the scene doing the work, and they should be recognized. So this is the installation. Our students are already playing this morning. We're welcoming 50 students from the Spokane schools with their advisor. They're very interested in what we do at North Dakota College. So now I'm going to bring a student here. This is going to talk about our award as best that they do themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Magdalena, and I am an international student from Poland. It's hard to believe that 2 years ago I started the program knowing nothing much about design. And now I'm not only creating meaningful designs, but also won some awards, such as in Lander's Summer Camp section this year. And the second one was a poster contest for the Festival on Sandpoint 2024. This program has been truly outstanding. Helping me developing skills and providing opportunities to succeed in graphic design world, for which I am truly grateful for. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Gephardt, and I will be graduating from the Graphic and Web Design program this semester. I'm currently interning at Hagedon Media Group, which has been a great experience. I have entered the Lawton Printing Scholarship Design Competition, and I was able to tie for second place, which was really cool. I've also had the honor of receiving 2 Addy Awards, one silver for my product package design, and one Cobalt Award for my own personal logo. So that was a really cool experience. This program has given me amazing opportunities that I would not have had otherwise, and I would highly recommend it to anyone interested in getting into graphic design. Thank you.
I'm here to introduce a student that is not present tonight who created actually a logo for Wild Root and an entire campaign. So it's an outdoor. We're located next to Auto Pursuit. It's kind of fun. So that's another award. She won a silver. The silver, they go to national. They've been selected as district and national. So we'll see what happened. More to come for Charlie.
Good evening. My name is Carson Spencer, and I am graduating this year from the graphic design program here at NIC. I recently got an internship at Moreno Media, a full-service marketing agency in downtown Coeur d'Alene, working with 2 of our previous graduates. I am now the lead designer and have a full-time job set up for when I graduate. I also recently won a contest for the Printing Industries Association with my design Print is Emotion. I got first place out of 5 states in the Pacific Northwest, and my classmate Ashley Miles won 3rd place in the same competition. Anyway, I'd like to say a big thank you to everybody involved in the graphic design program for setting me up for success. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm back again. So at this time, every year we have a portfolio show, which I will tell you in the last slide. We create an entire event, and this was actually created by our student, Kaya Timmons. And we created a website in less than 2 months. It's live. It's rocking. And the judges, the national judge, decided to give us another award for creating a website. So the next slide here, this is a team. Again, like I mentioned earlier, without the team and the leadership at NIC, we would not be successful. So here, we replicate the same motto. We have Max Basler on the left, Megan O'Brien, Kathleen Melby, and Kaya Timmons. All those students have jobs as they graduate. Many of them had jobs before graduation. So, and of course, my colleague Lydia is always supporting me, so it's really cool to have people that help you in this big endeavor. So. And now we're going to go to somebody you've probably seen before. One of our students came as a dual credit student, Max Basler, who won also. Maybe we'll repeat ourselves. They kind of like us in some places, so they ask us again. And then in competition, we always come back with winning prizes. So we'll receive a Cobalt Addy for the Yelander edition. I want to remind you that edition summer camp is 46,500 copies distributed in the region. So the name of North Idaho College is everywhere. So that's cool. Okay, next. We're not done. So some of you in the audience have that poster, or maybe some of you attended the festival in Sandpoint. Max Basler won the edition in 2023. You heard earlier that Magdalena has won this year edition, so we like to repeat ourselves. The national competition is good to be there. So, and next. Okay, all right. Now I'm going to wrap up with 2 Gold Addy Award. This is the top. So Aliyah Jones won 2 Addy Award, one for Out of Home, which is like advertising outside, billboard, and then for an element of advertising for the poster that she created. You can see that she doodled it, and then it's digital. So that's another great event. Last year also she was in the run for district, so that's really cool. I'm going to wrap up with this, and I want to announce to you that we're wearing actually our portfolio show here designed by our students. So you are all invited in our new building, the new building that is outfitted with the brand new equipment from the Grand 2.0, May 3rd, 5 to 8 p.m., McLean Building as well, the design center that is next to it. So I'm here to stand for questions, comments, or to my student. Thank you very much.
I want to say a couple things. Philippe doesn't mention this, but when they're competing against 4-year institutions. So when they're winning gold medals against 4-year institutions, it's a big deal. And as he mentioned, and I don't know if, he gets excited and talks faster than I do, and he has a bit more of an accent. But the cool thing is those kids students all have jobs when they graduate. And he's filling his class. It wouldn't surprise me if next year he doesn't have a waiting list. It is a big deal. He does a great job. And with the new stuff that we got, and Vicky will show later, we probably have the best graphic design setup in the Northwest. And so when you couple that with the excitement that you hear from Philippe and the students that he's recruiting in, you got a killer program. And I would encourage folks to go by and visit on May 3rd from 5 to 8. It's the building at the end of the soccer field, just in case. And there are a couple, McLean Hall, and then I don't know what they call it, the unnamed building at the end of the soccer field is where all the new stuff is. It'll be a great show. So Thanks, Philippe, for bringing it, and I think if he's ready to stand for questions if anybody has them.
Yeah, any questions? Philippe? Nope, okay. I'd just like to say something. As I've been here about a year and a half now, I learned more and more about the fantastic things going on at this school. Really are, and I know everybody is working very hard, and we're working on our end to improve things. So thank you for all the good work you do.
Thanks. Thank you all.
So let's see. Celebrating so next we have constituent reports. As Nick. Michael Haberman.
They got to get all their trophies out of there.
Well, it takes so long because there's so many of them.
Guys, we can pack them up. You don't need to stick around. We'll pack them up and get them back to you.
All right. Thank you, Chair Wagner, Board of Trustees, President Swain, esteemed guests. This will be my final board meeting as the ASNIC president. I'd like to start off by thanking my fellow constituency leaders, Matt, Matthew, and Kathleen. These individuals have stepped up to represent their constituencies, and I could not have asked for better people to serve alongside. So thank you so very much, and it's been an honor serving with you guys. I would also like to thank my ASNIC team, one of which was actually part of the graphic design program. Magdalena, if you guys don't know. I could not ask for a better team. The students who I served alongside stepped in their positions and showed professionalism, integrity. And although I stand here to give the report, they were the backbone of the team, and words could not express my appreciation for them. So on to my report. As reported, I was not here last month as I was attending the ACUI, Associated College Unions International Conference. They had a lot of interesting educational blocks. Some included how different colleges and universities advertise their resources. So University of Michigan gave a really good way of how they built like student positions and how they have students give tours all around campus. Along with other things like how college food pantries are getting developed. They're starting to look more like Trader Joe's so that it builds less food insecurity and there's not a stigmatism that goes with it. So that was really good, and I really enjoyed going there. We have revised some parts of our Constitution, which include articles of demotion and a lot of grammatical error fixes. The president wall is up. I think I've reported on that the past 3 months, but we finally have the picture frames. It was actually one of the graphic design students who cut the insides for them, so that was awesome. We have all the pictures, we have all the frames, we just need facilities to insert a nail, and then we're all good to go. And then the hammocks should be up as well. Facilities is also installing those, so those should be up over the summer, and then until winter hits us again here in North Idaho. We have also purchased a fireplace to be installed in the library. It's just an electric fireplace to go to in the back, and I believe it's going to be placed around the Native American section. It's a really nice, cozy little place, and I know that one of the senators has been passionate for years of pursuing that project. The spring survey has gone out to the students to give us feedback, ideas, and information, so the next year's team could look at that, be guided, and know what projects to pursue and how students are thinking. The day of service was a success. We had around 50 to 60 volunteers, and we had an off-campus site where we went to Union Gospel Mission, UGM, and then we did a lot of on-campus stuff. So that could include pulling weeds, cleaning up pine cones, cleaning up the beach. So that was really good, and I thank my student body who volunteered. I served on the Strategic Planning Steering Committee, where we discussed our goals, and I'm sure you'll hear much more about that from Sarah and Sherry today. But I'd like to thank the administration for having a student on that committee And I'd also like to say that I felt very represented on that committee. There's people in this college who have been here 15 plus years, and I was treated equally to them, and they really cared for the student voice, so thank you. ASNIC has approved the yearly budget, which shows how we allocate student fees to specific line items. Our suggestion box is finally downstairs, so students could give us feedback. If they missed the spring survey or they just have something that comes up, we'll make sure that we frequently check that. We have a new ASNIC team. So they're not here tonight, but I would like to welcome them, being Joseph Moran being president, Blake Sanchez as vice president, Roger Griffin, Emma Hershey, and Rachel Parker, all as senators. And lastly, I'd like to share my deep appreciation for the students here on this campus. I'm grateful to represent you all. I always tried thinking of the whole student body when I made any decisions as president. So I never tried making sure that I inserted any of my own beliefs in it and making sure that I represented the student body as a whole. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this, but growing up, I hated school. I was homeschooled K through 12, and although my parents tried really, really hard, I would avoid it at all costs. So coming here at this college has really been a life-changing experience. And I owe that to the wonderful faculty who have inspired me in the classroom. What 23-year-old can you look at and say, you know, that guy fell in love with calculus? And the wonderful staff and administration. I could walk around this campus and talk to any of you guys, and you're all friendly. I have not had one bad experience on this campus, so I thank you all for always putting students first and always making sure that our needs are met. And I think you could look at the previous graphic design showcase, and that's student success, and I really appreciate you dedicated people. Lastly, I would ask that whenever Joseph is up here speaking, that I'd like to remind you all that he is not speaking on behalf of himself, but on behalf of all students, and listen to what he has to say. And lastly, I'd like to thank Dr. Swain for the wonderful work he's done at this college. It takes guts and it takes a lot. So every single time I've had a meeting with him has been a very positive moment, and he's been a wonderful leader here at this college. And do you guys have any question, comments, or remarks for me?
Anybody? I've got one, and of course I'm working a lot of the hard stuff on the board, but I just wanted to assure all the constituent groups that I've gone through the minutes from the past and in terms of your concerns about the board, et cetera. And I've gotten information from Dr. Kurtz and also met with President Swain, and I think those are all on the list, and I think we're in the process, although we haven't officially noticed that, that we're in the process of working and fixing all those issues. And we are working hard on it, okay? So I appreciate your comments and your input. We do have participatory governance here, and I appreciate your input.
Mike,
Go ahead.
I would just like to say thanks to Mike, and you saw the students are up here for the graphic design. You see Michael. You've seen students throughout the year, athletes, whatever. They are just incredible, and so I couldn't be more proud of the students that show up here and how they present themselves. They really make us proud as an institution and set the standard. I mean, everyone that comes and visits and they meet our students, they're just blown away by how professional they are, how well thought out they are, and so, Michael, I thank you for representing them and for your service. And he's not going far. He's going to stay on campus and work on his master's and bachelor's and master's of computer science at U of I, which is right here in the Headland building. So he's not going far. He'll be around. Thank you, Micah, for your service.
Anything else?
No, unless any trustees have any comments or remarks.
Comments, concerns, anything? I guess not. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and I'd just like to thank you all again. It's been a tremendous honor to represent the students at this here college. Thank you.
Okay. And so faculty assembly, Kathleen Miller-Green. I see Kathleen's coming there.
Chair Wagner, trustees, President Swain, and the fabulous NIC community, both on and off campus. The end of the 2023-2024 academic year is in sight, but there is still a lot of work to be done. And like Michael, I was not here in March. I believe at the time that the board meeting was happening, I had just finished making homemade Play-Doh with my 2.5-year-old grandson and was getting ready to give him a bath in New Mexico. At our April 11th faculty assembly meeting, we heard regular reports from NIC Senate, SLOA, adjunct representatives, and advising. Then we addressed the following. As Michael mentioned, we had an opportunity to meet with our collaborative brain trust consultants this week on Monday and Tuesday. We did 2 4-hour sessions those days with a group of about 20 working on the college's strategic goals for the 2025 to 2030 timeframe. And I just want to say it was absolutely magnificent opportunity for me personally and professionally to work with the administrators, Michael as our student representative, our staff, and our faculty on this effort. Everybody took it very, very seriously. They worked really, really hard. And I know you will hear more from Sarah and Dr. Simpkins, but I just want to say to the whole group, this was a whole campus effort. So I'm just really proud to have been able to be part of that group. As some folks know, we have a new textbook or bookstore vendor named Textbook Brokers that will be moving in this fall. They'll actually launch July 1st. And their representatives for NIC, Mark Mazurowski and Katie Nixon, were on campus early in April, meeting with administrators, faculty, staff, students, whoever wanted to come and talk to them. I did have an opportunity to meet with them, as did some division chairs and some administrators. They really are anxious to work with us, and we're going to make some room for them next year in the faculty assembly meeting. Even if they're meeting with us via Zoom, we'll have a regular report from them every month so that any issues with faculty or ordering textbooks or using open education resources can be resolved on a monthly basis with the faculty. We're really excited to have that happening. We had some questions from faculty about the state of Idaho moving to change in their optional retirement plan. So the state is moving from TIA, CREF, and Corebridge to a vendor called Fidelity. And we received information from HR, but there have been some concerns from faculty, so we gathered that information, got it to our HR folks, and they've assured us that we have all of the information that anybody in the state has about that move, but they're preparing some FAQs and some additional information as that comes available for the faculty, particularly those who have recently retired or those who are going to retire. I've been talking at the last several meetings about the procedure of policy 2.0301, which is our committee policy. During COVID, actually right before COVID, a group from our NIC Senate worked on some changes in that procedure. There were just some things there that were quite old, that's not how things were being done anymore. But they were never able to bring that to the full Senate because of issues that were happening during COVID. So I was able to get a draft of that copy and to work with that and make some additional changes. We had brought it Brought it to Senate the beginning of the month for a first reading, and then we had a second reading last week on April 18th. What we're hoping to do with that is to streamline the process by which a standing committee, an ad hoc committee, or a task force is defined and initiated on campus, both so that we know what groups are operating, what faculty, staff, students, administrators are working with those groups, and to have a better idea of the kinds of additional work that our faculty, staff, and students are putting forward to the support of the college. So that second reading was on April 18th, and those documents were unanimously passed. I will get a copy of that to Susie if folks are interested to see the updates of that. I'll have that for the board minutes. Every year, we are required to do a faculty committee survey. So this is the next half of that information. And that survey then surveys all full-time faculty on campus. We have in our contracts, we need to belong to at least one committee on campus to help move the work of the campus forward. So what we have done then is we have done a two-prong approach this year, where we have asked all of our faculty to tell us what committees were they on this year, what committees are they going to remain on for the 2024-25 school year. Do they want to finish on a committee, or they need to be finishing on a committee and moving to another committee? So we'll have that as a document that will be ready and will be able to be published on the website. But additionally, I've asked all of our faculty, if they will, and it's completely voluntary, to provide me with a list of the other groups, both on campus and off campus, that they belong to, at which they represent North Idaho College. I will bring that to the May meeting. I won't bring the whole thing because it's big. It astounded even me, and I thought I had a pretty good idea of the extra work that our faculty does. I truly, after 18 years of working at this institution, had no idea. I'm talking about hundreds of groups and task forces and committees and advisory groups that our faculty is involved in, and I will compile all of that and get that to President Swain. What we want to do with that from there will be the next decision, but at the very least, it does provide an incredible curriculum vitae, if you would, or a resume of the things that our faculty is doing over and above teaching and advising. During the April 11th meeting, we did do a final vote on the new Academic Freedom Policy 2.01.24 that was made available to faculty for review in our box file in late February, and it was approved by unanimous vote of the attending full-time faculty on April 11th. Thomas Scott and Dr. Kurtz attended the meeting to talk about the new NWCCU standard covering distance education verification policy. And this was basically a surety that there was efforts for very individual interaction between faculty and students, particularly in hybrid and online classes. And it's a new requirement for the NWCCU, so Dr. Kurtz and Dr. Thomas really are, Dr. Scott, excuse me, are going over and above to make sure that faculty know what that policy is, and to assure us that at this point they believe that we're already doing that, which is really great to have a new policy and know that we're already doing that. But we will continue and hope to have a training on that for the faculty in the fall when they come back for fall semester. At the April Faculty Assembly meeting, nominations were taken for the 2024-25 Faculty Assembly Executive Committee, and that is the chair, vice chair, secretary, and treasurer. I am quite sure you will all be thrilled to know that I have accepted the nomination to yet again serve as the Faculty Assembly chair. And I am unopposed in that position. We left the nominations open, and there were crickets, basically, at that moment in time. Although elections will not be finalized until the meeting in May 9th, I feel confident in assuring you that you will have the pleasure of my sparkling reports and commentary each month for yet another year. I'm also pleased to note that all of my current executive committee, Vice Chair John Gardunia, Secretary Amanda Roberts, and Treasurer Christy Mendoza have also accepted nominations to remain in those positions for another year, and all are currently unopposed. This committee is additionally supported by our stellar adjunct faculty representative, Shauna Broder, and our 3 past faculty assembly chairs, Molly Mashad, Ben Tishida, and Joe Jacoby. A more diverse and knowledgeable group of companions could hardly be imagined, and my absolute thanks to all of them for their staunch support of our faculty and for their dedication and pure grit in putting themselves forward for yet another challenging year. And last, but certainly not least, as today is Administrative Professionals Day, I would ask that all of you turn to the back and give a large round of applause to both Susie Skira and Kristen Howard. If we all only knew what they do to hold this college together, we would have an appreciation day every week. So thank you all very much, and with that, I am open for questions.
I had one question. I don't know whether it really should come to Dr. Swain or to you. I heard something, and I have an HR background, so I heard benefits. And is there a concern, or that's just the clarification of things? You have a new vendor, right?
Yeah, it's just a change in the state, and so we've just got to figure out what that means for our folks. And,
but there's no real issues there, right?
well, anytime you change, there's
Oh, yeah.
potential for issues. So I won't say there are no issues, but the faculty are digging into it, the HR folks are digging into it, and so if there are issues, we'll let everybody know.
And that's Fidelity?
Yeah.
I've worked with them on pensions and stuff for years, and they're
not bad.
They're good. Yeah, that's a good firm, but we'll just have to see what people are offered, right?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have anything else. Does anybody else have anything else?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
See you next year.
Matt Petoskey's not here, so we'll just jump to Matt Nolan.
Okay, so you said Matt's not here.
Matt Petarsky, yeah.
Okay, so we're skipping staff assembly, and we're going next to Matt Nolan.
Did he submit something in writing, or?
Oh, excuse me?
Well, did Matt submit something in writing, or?
I expected him to be here, so I don't know. I'll have to check on it.
Chair Wagner,
Thank you.
trustees, Dr. Swain, community members. Senate had a busy month, met twice, but productive. As the spring semester comes to an end and our academic year nears completion, I do want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the hard work and devotion demonstrated by all the NIC employees. It's our student success that you're seeing tonight and we've seen all year. It's your effort, faculty and staff, that causes that, right? That has an impact on that. So thank you. I would like to thank my fellow senators for choosing to juggle their regular duties with investing hours in reviewing policy and procedure for this academic year. Most importantly, I do want to extend a big thank you to our ASNIC senators. They're leaving us, moving on to bigger and better things, but I know that they're going to find success in every door that they open. This month, the Senate conducted first and second reads on policy and procedure 2.0, 3.01 committees, as Kathleen presented and approved. We also conducted a first read on policy 3.02.01, equal opportunity. Next month, the Senate's going to conduct elections for officers, and that's all we have today. I stand for questions.
Any questions from the trustees? No?
I have one.
Go ahead, Trustee McKenzie.
I believe there's a recent Supreme Court decision that may impact EEOC and other diversity initiatives. is that legal assessment kind of impact that EEOC policy?
Dr. Swain?
And has
Yeah.
that policy been referred to legal counsel?
Not yet.
For input? Seems like.
Not yet.
Okay.
But it was well-researched, and EEOC, the Equal Employment Opportunity, is, it's the affirmative action that is more impacted. And so we've taken all that into account in the policy, and I think we have a model policy that has been developed. Our HR team put that together, pulled it from different sources, so I think we're going to be on firm ground. And when that gets through, if it needs legal review, we'll take care of that.
And we have the opportunity, if I may, we're going to review it for a second time, and, we can take a look and make sure that, those things have been addressed before it comes to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Matt. Next, President Swain, the President's report.
All right. So I'll start with accreditation. We're continuing to work with our ACCT consulting team and continue to make progress. Our last workshop training was on April 12th. All trustees attended. I think we continue to make progress, as Chair Wagner has noted. Our mid-cycle review was scheduled, I think, for the fall of '22. It kept getting delayed. It was scheduled for November of '23. It's now been rescheduled for the spring of '25. Rather than wait on that, we are continuing to work on it so we make sure that we have all the data, make sure if there's a gap or something we're not meeting the standard on, that we can get that tracked and corrected. So we're in the process of getting all that done, so we'll be well prepared for the spring of '25. And I'd say it's good to be looking at the next normal phase of accreditation process and focusing on the future of the college, and that's what the mid-cycle review is all about. On to enrollment management for recruiting. You'll hear more. Tammy Haft is going to give a quick presentation on the spring enrollment numbers. So you'll hear a more complete report later. But even though our overall enrollment was down slightly, what I think is really important is that for the first time in a long time, our new student enrollment is up. And it's going to take a couple cycles of new student enrollment being up before we hit a growth cycle. But based on early reports, we're expecting a flat for the first time for fall, maybe even an uptick. So it'll be a couple more weeks before we are able to actually project that based on data. The numbers swing wildly early on, and it takes a while before things stabilize, but things are looking pretty good for fall. On to community stakeholder engagement. We're working on our next community forum. We had a very successful forum here on workforce and healthcare with the Chamber and Kootenai Health. And the next one is scheduled for May 16th from 3 to 5 here in this room. And the topic we'll be addressing is the fentanyl crisis. We already have a few really good speakers lined up. You'll hear more in the announcements. But again, May 16th from 3 to 5 here in this room. This morning I met with the mayor and the city administrator from Post Falls. They have been long partners with NIC, and we're an integral part of their economic development. And so they want to make sure that stays strong. Talked about the economic development workforce training systems that we have in place, and we'll continue to be part of that discussion. And they left us with a really nice interactive map that it's done on a GIS system so that we can look at new businesses as they come into the area and track that. And then we can have our Workforce Training Center and CTE folks and deans and myself go meet with those folks and make sure that we are stepping up to the plate to provide the workforce training that they might need. So that was very beneficial. Many of you saw some pictures online. Governor Little made a kind of an unexpected visit to campus last Friday. He was in town for another meeting, and Wendy Seacrest from the Workforce Development Office was supposed to be here in town to meet with us, and he just kind of tagged along. He didn't want to make a big deal of it, just wanted to really meet with faculty, staff, and students. We got to show him some of the things that we were going to show Wendy Seacrest, which you'll see Vicki present later today on the grants, the 7 grants that we got for CTE. In terms of our workforce training program alignment, I met earlier with the Law Enforcement Advisory Board. It's about 20 police and sheriff leaders going from, I think the farthest south was Moscow, and then up to Boundary County. They were really disappointed that the driving course that we had hoped for out at the Parker Center was not funded and supported. They have been using Pappy Boyington Field, which again is one long straightaway, which doesn't look like anything else in Idaho, and trying to do driver's training on that. And the problem they ran into last summer was with all the fires, they had to keep shutting down the driver's course so they could land and take off the fire planes. And so we're really limited there. We're out looking for about 3/4 mile of straight pavement, or so if you know anybody who's got a 3/4 mile long paved parking lot with no light poles, because when you're doing high-speed maneuvers, you don't need to have a bunch of light poles out there. But if somebody has a big parking lot that's really empty, let us know, because the absolute requirement to have that as part of our police officer training program. They have to go through a driving course, and if the fire planes shut us down, then we're not going to be able to complete that, and that's a big hit for law enforcement in North Idaho. The Workforce Training Center catalog is out, and I had a copy. I don't see it handy. They're at the table outside. I don't have my glasses. So Kristen is holding up a copy in the back. It has a picture of a sailboat on the front. Really, they put a lot of work into that. There are a lot of really amazing programs that are available here locally this summer. So check that out. If you're looking for something to do, sign up, take a class. We could use you on our enrollment numbers, and you'll have a lot of fun. There's some really good classes that you can take. Everything from anatomy and physiology for those of you who are body geeks, to fly fishing and sailboating. So just anything you can do, it's out there if it's outside. Career and technical education programs. Yesterday's newspaper highlighted a wonderful story about the Guerrero brothers. Some of you may have seen that. They're engaging in nursing careers. Started CNA, LPN. One of them went on to get his RN here at NIC. All the classes were offered at NIC, and so that represents the Workforce Training Center and main campus. And just in case I haven't reminded you enough, NIC has the top-ranked nursing program in the state, and this little college in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, is ranked 61st in the country out of 1,700 programs, 61st in the country for nursing programs, which is pretty amazing. So if you're wanting to get into a career in nursing, go no further. It's the same licensure that you get if you did a 4-year program, same RN. It's not a BSN, but it is an RN. And this is the most efficient and effective place to get that program, because almost 100% of the students that start finish, and almost 100% pass their NCLEX, and that's what makes us so highly ranked. So again, Vicki Isaacson is going to give you a quick presentation on the 7 CTE programs. She's the dean of that covers both of those. We had 7. We're the highest. We got the most successful grant applications in. 7 winners, $1.3 million. And when you take a look at the stuff that she's going to show you, it's going to be a visual report. Take a look at the stuff that we were able to put in. It's just amazing technology. We already had great instructors and we have great facilities, but we keep the technology up to where it's cutting edge. Some of the surgery stuff, when you put on the headset, you think you're working on a real body. It really tricks your mind to make you think you're working on a real body. They even have blood. They usually don't use it because it makes a mess, as in real life. But they can do all that, and it's just amazing. And if you have a chance, again, go to the show that Philip talked about on the 3rd of May across the street. It's going to be fantastic, and you'll see really one of the best graphic design studios in the country right here in North Idaho. We also, there was another article on hard hats, hammers, and hot dogs, and I might get that out of order. It really focused on K-Tech, but we co-sponsored that program, and there were about 500 students from around the region that participated, and they get to get out there as high school students and operate heavy equipment, test it out, and really highlight some of the great things that you can do as a student or as a young career person with hands-on learning, get a job, get a career right out of college, a 2-year program, and have a really decent career. And so I think that's really important for our workforce around here, is to make sure that it's not seen as something second. It's actually a great opportunity for many. And those folks that participate at K-Tech or just come straight to NIC, most of them could end up with an associate's degree here at NIC. So it's a great program for us to co-host that. And then finally, for CTE, the CTE team hosted an open house for area guidance counselors to really, again, COVID kind of broke this system because the guidance counselors shuffled around. They don't know, they're new to the area, so they don't know all the offerings that we provide here. And so continually bringing those folks in, letting them see the great programs, talk to everything from our culinary arts program to firefighters, they see all that stuff, and most of them just were not aware that it was here. So having 30 of the guidance counselors from around the region come in and experience that and get to talk to instructors was really beneficial. And many of them were kind of wide-eyed that they just didn't understand that we had all those opportunities here. In terms of transfer programs, we've got a lot going on. We're working on several programs to standardize class times. A lot of that is software-based. It's coming out in our strategic planning process that we really need to have standardized class time, start and end time, so that students can maximize their time on campus. That's more of a challenge than you think it is. Ask Ken if you want details. But we're working on that. We have relaunched our construction management program. There was a slight pause there where Matt Petarsky, who is also not here tonight, left that program and came to work for us as staff. So there was a little bit of a blip. That's been restarted. In fact, I think Colby is going to run the initial program, and we're going to take students from K-Tech to Parker, and then they'll start to integrate into main campus. So they'll get this construction engineering degree and then be able to finish it at Boise State. We're working to get that at U of I so we can do it here too, but just because it's so much cheaper for our students if they can stay here in Coeur d'Alene. So we're also working on I'm not going to name the company, but a mining company to create a mining engineering program, or mining geology or engineering geology. I don't know if we finished on the name yet, but it's working a 2+2 program with NIC and U of I to really create a seamless program so that students that want to go into the mining industry can do that right here. And that will include everything from, we already teach mine safety. There's a mine safety course that we teach, the machinist, the welding, accounting, business management. Those are all needed by the mining industry, but we'll be able to take them from that certificate level to associate's level to bachelor's level right here in Coeur d'Alene, and U of I is a great partner with us on that. So we hope to actually start that in the fall, because we already have the courses that we offer, and U of I's just got to spin up a couple courses and get that done up here, and it'll be a full 2+2 program. So students will be able to get a bachelor's degree in, I think we're going to call it engineering geology, if I recall the last. Watch for that to happen. And again, the mining industry is alive and well here. It's not quite as big as it used to be, But I've been told that the average salary at one of these mining companies, average salary is $100,000 a year. And so why are we letting we need to promote that, let the students know that the industry's here, the education opportunities are here, and they can stay right here and take advantage of that. I met last week with the U of I's Dean of the College of Education. We have had partnerships off and on with our early childhood program and our other education programs for our students to go to U of I and finish their education degrees so they can be certified teachers. There's a huge teacher shortage in the region and nationally, so working that to make it a tighter program so it's more economical for our students is really important. But on top of that, the program we call it our outdoor leadership and recreation program that we have, that's housed in their College of Education, and they actually have a 4-year degree in it. The guy that runs that program in Moscow actually lives in Coeur d'Alene. And so he would love to have that program be expanded here and based here. So we're really trying to expand that and grow it. I grew up in Moscow. There are no lakes in Moscow, despite the fact that it's, you think of it's in Idaho, so it must have mountains. Moscow Mountain does not compare to Canfield Mountain. So we have better mountains, better water, of course, rivers. So getting that up here, mountain biking, all that, we can do all that here. We already have about 16 different certifications that students can get as part of the Workforce Training Center program. So we really have a nice opportunity to build that program out and expand that up here. So we're working on getting that done. So even though the program's been around a while, a lot of folks, how many of you know that there's a doctorate in robotics taught here on campus? So you can go from an associate's degree in mechatronics out at Parker, you can get a pre-engineering degree here on main campus, but then you can finish your bachelor's degree in engineering and computer science and a bachelor, master's, and PhD in robotic engineering right here in the Headland building without ever leaving Coeur d'Alene. And I think we're trying to build that program up. Cool thing, I just went over to explore, talk to folks, and talk to these two students that were in there working on their project. And I said, what are you working on? Well, it's our senior project. Where do you go to, U of I? Yeah, but I'm also dual enrolled as a associate's degree program at NIC, and I'm going to finish my associate's degree program and my bachelor's program in engineering at the same time. So pretty bright student. They're working on a project that is a real project for a company up in Sandpoint that uses AI to sort. It's a company that makes the little cedar planks for roasting salmon, and it's a big operation. And the company projects that they're going to save them $300,000 with this machine that was built by NIC U of I students. And they have about four of our students in this program that are working. They either just finished their associate's program and are doing U of I, or they're doing both at the same time, which is just phenomenal. I mean, that's an opportunity you just dream of, that you can get your bachelor's, your associates, and your bachelor's in 2 years. Do it while you're living at home. So that's an incredible program. And the student, by the way, is currently down. I would have brought him here tonight. He's currently down in Moscow because they think he's going to win the engineering expo. So again, this guy's essentially a sophomore age-wise, is going to win the engineering expo for senior projects in Moscow that's going on today. So that's pretty impressive. In terms of support for student athletes, I was able to attend a softball game last Saturday. Great game in Post Falls. Very impressive. I was at Post Falls High School. Lots of spectators showing up. Not a lot of great seats. Kind of sit on the grass, but okay. But there were a lot of supporters out there. Our booster club was out there giving away breast cancer awareness T-shirts. Really nice event, and was even made better that NIC won. And it was against Treasure Valley, it was against Spokane, doubleheader, won both games. They play again this Friday at home against Treasure Valley, and Saturday at home against Blue Mountain. So if you got a hankering for the summer, the girls of summer, is that appropriate to say, boys versus boys of summer, then go out this weekend. There are going to be plenty to see. NIC golf, both men's and women's, continue to do well. They just won their last tournament. This is their last season in NWAC, but they're doing great. They're clapping in now. Okay. All right. So, and then, the spring sports and media guide is out. I think there are copies in the back or outside. Really nice, highlighting the spring sports, so golf and softball mainly in there. Some highlights on the coaches and the players. Very nicely done piece of work. Academic freedom and free speech. We hosted a pilot session on a program called NIC Listens, and there's a bigger project that's based out of, I think, Boise State, where they have Idaho Listens. They came up and did a Coeur d'Alene Listens program. We asked them to come on campus and do an NIC Listens. There were about 10 students that were selected to come in and tell their story. The purpose of the session is to practice free speech and learn how to listen to others without interruption or debate. And it was it's more challenging than you might think, but the students did a great job. And again, 10 students did that, laying themselves out there. It was pretty productive. Strategic planning, as you've heard from a couple folks, 2 days of very intense strategic planning programming going on. We're doing a goal setting exercise with the team. You'll hear more from Sarah Garcia and Sherry Simpkins later, but it was a very productive program. And last, in a general update, I wanted to announce the faculty sabbatical was awarded to Damian, and I'm going to mispronounce his last name, Kairis. I got nodding heads from faculty, so it's close enough they at least know who I'm talking about. He's the associate professor of math in mathematics. He's the division chair for math and computer science and engineering. His sabbatical will allow him to complete his dissertation for the Ed.D. program in educational leadership with an emphasis in higher education administration from Idaho State University. And having done this myself late in life, he's at the point now where he wants to tear his hair out, rip up his dissertation, and throw it out the window. And so giving him a little bit of extra time to finish this, he just gets a semester to work on it, but giving him that extra time will get him over the hump and get this done, and we'll have a doctorate candidate, a doctoral person that is running our math, engineering, and computer science program, which is really a nice thing to have for community college. So, Chair Wagner, that concludes my report. But yet there's more. I'm supposed to talk about some upcoming events. I've been asked to do this in the past. April 27th, Drive-Through Arbor Day. So they'll have, I think it's going to be out in the east side of the Darman Building parking lot. Our facility management guys will be giving out little trees, so you can drive by, pick up a tree, free. There will also be prizes, raffles, and some really cool I Heart NIC stickers. The Trestle Creek Review Launch Party, which is our student publication for literature magazine called Trestle Creek, they're hosting a launch party on Tuesday, April 30th on the lawn between the Eisenwinter Soccer Field and Boswell Hall at NIC's Coeur d'Alene campus. The launch party will feature readings from the 2024 edition, and you'll get to have copies of that book if you're interested. April 30th, Voices of Spring, North Idaho College Music Department and Cardinal Chorale will perform at 7:30 in Boswell. On May 2nd, the Basic Patrol graduation, NIC's hosts the graduation and pinning ceremony for the Spring 2024 Basic Patrol Academy here in this room. The graphic design show that Philippe talked about, May 3rd from 5 to 8 at the south end of the field, Eisenwinter Field. And then May 10th, this is something that big change in commencement this year. May 10th, we're going to have 2 ceremonies. The fire marshal came in and told us that the gym didn't meet the standards for enough people. The curtain fire retardant had worn out, and so we had to reconfigure everything. And so what we're going to do is actually flip, and we'll start the procession in the gym and march to Schuler. So it'll kind of be reversed from what it has been. And we'll have a 10 o'clock ceremony that will have AA and AS students, but not dual credit. So AA and AS, but not dual credit, will be in the morning at 10 o'clock, about just under 200 students. The nice thing is the seats are more comfortable and it's air conditioned. And then in the afternoon at 1 o'clock will be all dual credit students, health professions, and certificate programs. So pay attention if you want to attend one of those graduations or both, that's going on. And then real quick, we've had some great coverage by more than Coeur d'Alene Press this week. But we have art show downstairs if you walk to the right just before you get to the outer doors. Really nice artwork. There's a wolf down there that I think is awesome. My wife thinks it's too scary. There's our golf teams, both men and women, did a great job. So we have some golf fans in the room. So they did a great job. There was the highlight on the brothers that are in the nursing program, another great story. And in the Bonner County Bee, we have a great story about one of their law enforcement officers that finished her training here and went up there and is now a patrol officer in Bonner County. So that's pretty nice. We had a really nice Women to Work event exposing women to career and technical education careers, something that they often don't go into and don't consider, but is widely open. And, you know, we have folks in the room that are welders and accountants. I don't know who they might be. But really great opportunities for young women to get into career and technical education. As I mentioned earlier, the mining programs, they're really high-paying jobs that are out there and available. So they had about 45 or 50 young women that showed up. They got to talk to women who are in those fields and kind of get guided into that. So that was great. NIC Foundation has launched its really big raffle again, so don't forget about that. Get your ticket. For $150 and a chance to win a house. So that's pretty cool. And then we had a part of our Native American Heritage Week. We had a drumming session in here. It was really well attended. I got here, I showed up late. They were packing up their drums, but there were a lot of people here. It was a really nice event put on by the Coeur d'Alene tribe, and I think it was very much appreciated by everyone who was here. So, with that, my report is complete. I'm subject to any questions.
Any questions? I've got 4.
Okay.
Hopefully it won't take too long. Okay, one, in terms of the nursing program, you've tried to get some extra funding from the state. Is there any place else like, it just struck me, like Air Force nursing and that type of thing that would be willing to give some money, or is there any other source? Because obviously that's an excellent program, and it's really disappointing that it's not funded to what we could do.
It's hard to get funding for personnel.
Okay.
And that's the challenge. You could get funding for scholarships to send students here. The Air Force, Army, those, you know, the services might be able to do that. They tend to like BSNs because they're more expensive, and it's the federal government. But I don't know that anybody's going to provide support for personnel. But we continue to look at that every opportunity. National Institute of Health is kind of the federal agency that provides funding for healthcare. So we continue to keep an eye on those programs.
Right. Okay, and then you talked about maybe co-locating a physician's assistant program here. Is that making progress, or?
That's a long haul. U of I has asked the state for funding. I think, if I recall, there are 3 programs they're looking at: physician's assistant program, a doctorate in clinical psychology, and a direct access master's in nursing that they want to start up here. And it would be part of the WWAMI program that is run by folks in Moscow. But they want to start it up here because anybody been to Grit Memorial Hospital in Moscow? It's just not big enough. You can't run a program like that and you can't expand. But so having it up here is really where they need to be. And so there's a big effort to get that done. And I think it'll happen. It's not going to be this week, but I think that's going to happen, yeah.
Okay. Another question on launch. I've asked you this before. Do we have any better visibility than we had before of how many more students might show up?
Yeah, we have an idea of how many students might show up. The question is how many more. We have, the last count, I think we got 284 Idaho launch students that had identified that they wanted to come to NIC and had been awarded scholarships. We normally get about 600 new freshmen every year. So is that 284 going to be on top of the normal 600? Is it going to be half of the 600 we normally get? And until we have a couple years of data, we're not going to know.
Okay.
And there are 22,000 students that graduate from Idaho high schools every year. 13,000 of them applied for launch. So we're still missing about, now, of course, launch only covers the folks that graduate and want to attend college in Idaho. So we need to keep more of those students in Idaho to ensure that our economy stays well. So I don't know how many, and the state has not been able to provide us any more clarity on more students attending.
Okay, so we are where we are, and if we get surprised, do you have a contingency plan in place?
Well, we can accommodate 6,000 and have accommodated 6,000 students on campus. It would require a surge in the number of adjuncts that we bring on board.
That's right.
We have a bunch of positions that we're not actively searching for. So we have positions. So if we get a surge, we have, I want to say 165-ish adjuncts that are here and available to work if we need them. So we can surge pretty quickly, in a short-term way, and then over time start adding more of the permanent faculty back.
Okay. Then my final question, because I tried to help on the post-academy, was do you have any idea when they'll pull the runway? Because you talked about, at one point, there's expansion going on in terms of workload at the airport, and at some point, they'll just walk in and say, I'm sorry, you can't do it anymore.
Right, and they want to facilitate the driver's course. I think the biggest immediate concern is the fire planes, because they just can't control that.
Right.
You know, we have to have it a certain week when they're doing the driver's course, when the driver's course is scheduled, and if we can't get in it that week because there's a bunch of fires, then we're in trouble. Right. So that's why it's important for us to find alternatives.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what I remember is that they also said at some point that just wouldn't
just
be able
because
to
of
do it at all.
increased load, we're
Yeah.
gonna get booted. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I had. So I guess we go to yourself and Vicki for CTE grant-funded projects.
Vicki's on deck.
There we go, good.
Okay, good evening, Chair Wigner, trustees, President Swain, colleagues, and the community. I get the pleasure tonight of talking about the grants that we've received this year. The Idaho Division of Career and Technical Education received a state general fund appropriation of $5 million for fiscal year 2024 for CTE program expansion and modernization. We applied for 7 of those grants and were awarded all 7 grants, as you can see on the screen. President Swain mentioned that we received nearly $1.3 million. And so I'm just going to give you a quick picture show of some of the equipment that we are now utilizing in our classrooms. The first one, our automotive technology program, received an electric vehicle. We already had the Subaru electric vehicle on the right, and we added to that with a Chevrolet Bolt that you can see on your left, as well as 5 electric charging stations, 1 in the exterior and 2 in each of the, 2 in the 1-year program, 2 in the 2-year programs. We have those split as far as the building at our Parker Technical Center. We hear from our advisory boards what we need to focus on in our curriculum, and so that's the need to increase electric vehicle work, and so that's why we focus some of the attention on purchasing a second one. Our dental hygiene program. We received the new equipment that you see there on the screen. It has ensured that the students at the clinic located on our LCSC campus have the same equipment as the NIC location. So that's our satellite program down on their campus. It replaced equipment that was over 20 years old and allowed us to do a major upgrade to technology, which can now be supported entirely by our own NIC IT staff. You heard from Philippe earlier. We took the industrial arts building that used to host our carpentry program and transformed that to expand the graphic and web design program. So that's what it used to look like. And as he showed you, the new space has all the new equipment in it. It was set up for a show at the time that that picture was taken. And there's the list of equipment that we were able to receive for through the grant for his program. It also included the screen mentioned earlier in the classroom space that allows students to work on multiple projects at a time. They can project onto that screen from other locations, from their phone, from home, from the McLean building, so they're able to do group projects and work interactively on their different design, provide feedback and things like that. So it's a really great addition to that program. And we do hope you join us for the May 3rd open house from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. so you can see this firsthand. Our nursing and health professions program, we're successful in upgrading some equipment. As shown there, you see Apollo. Some of the highlights of what that simulator can do. It simulates patient behaviors. It can blink, has pupillary reactions, breathes, pulses, lung and heart sounds, physiological responses to treatments and medications administered. So there's a lot of interactivity that happens with our simulators, and we're grateful to be able to upgrade that equipment. We also received a medication system that simulates medication dispensing in the clinical environment, a head wall unit that simulates oxygen suction setup in a hospital environment, IV pumps, and a PPE dispensing unit. I am going to show you a video of Lucina. Lucina is another simulator that we received. We were able to show this to the governor when he was here last week. The governor actually asked, how many babies does Lucina have in?
We had to really look to find an age-appropriate image that we could capture and stick in. This looks so real. It's incredible. So bear with us. Literally, bear with us.
We're breaking ground with Lucina AR. For the first time in the history of training in medicine, the anatomy becomes visible to the whole classroom. Then you can see the progression of the baby inside the birthing canal. So that's pretty unique. Integrating HoloLens and holograms into a physical patient simulator. The group is going to be understanding the same reality. So now the instructor can really focus on how to manage a complication. This is the future of healthcare education. Really beyond the spectacular of that experience, there's an educational purpose that we're fulfilling and that no other means or media has fulfilled up to now.
Simulators are becoming very popular in all of our programs. I really think that it's a great thing to be able to introduce the students in that way to take away some of that fear that they might have working with live patients and giving them that introduction.
CA Healthcare is well positioned to create new innovative products. We have created a breadth of technologies that we can now assemble as building blocks. The students nowadays, they come to the
Could I ask a question now, or do you want me to wait till the end?
Oh, go ahead.
So that looks like that's an enhanced headset like a HoloLens or something.
It is a
like-
HoloLens.
It is HoloLens? Yeah, I worked on that at Boeing, at Microsoft.
Yep.
Just supporting it.
This is
Very
the
cool.
new version, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
Wonderful.
Lucina highlights are she's a high fidelity childbirth simulator. She can allows us to evaluate lung sounds, monitor vital signs and other maternal data, evaluate fetal heart sounds, witness realistic uterine contractions, assess the stages of labor, and it allows students to participate in normal and complicated birthing experiences. Paired with the HoloLens, it further immerses the students in that childbirth experience. We also received an e-reel wall, and I want to try to show you that as well. This again simulates that environment where students will be working with patients. So there are lots of various activities that can be done with this new wall. This is still being put together, and so I believe that Erling is planning an open house once we have everything ready to show to the community. Our law enforcement program was also successful in receiving quite a variety of equipment from simulators that allow them to put themselves into what would be like a real-world environment. I watched a video of these gentlemen wearing these headsets, and they were pretending, I guess, to do CPR, although with those headsets on, it looks and feels like you're working on real people. So it puts them into situations in a safe environment to give them that experience. They also received quite a bit of exercise equipment. That's part of the post program, that's a requirement. And then additionally, we were able to get them a couple new vehicles. So we were hoping they would be able to utilize those on a new track, but they'll still be utilizing those in the location that they practice for their driving experiences. Our network administration was successful in receiving a whole bunch of new equipment that they utilize in their site program to basically take apart a full PC and be able to put it back together from start to finish. So they're working with the power supply, the motherboard, the memory, and everything. And so they had equipment that was fairly old, 10 or 12 years old, and in the computer world, that's really old. So we were able to upgrade that for them and give them new equipment to better simulate what they would be working on out in the world of work. And there's just another picture of all of that they take apart and put back together. And last but not least, our radiography technology program. They received 2 Carestream Lux detectors, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about how those work. These detectors provide instant images transferred directly from the detector to the imaging console for immediate evaluation of positioning. Having more than one digital imaging detector allows the students to maximize time in the simulation lab. One group of students can be working in the static room, switching seamlessly from tabletop exam to the wall as they would in a clinical setting. This prevents the need to move the detectors from the table to the wall to change exam types, in turn preventing damage and wear and tear over time. We had one, so we added the 2 additional. The 3rd detector allows another group of students to be working with the portable X-ray unit, making exposures to simulate trauma situations. That's all of them. I'm open for any questions that you might have.
Anyone have any questions? No? None on this end? Thank you so very much. This is very neat. Very good. Thank you. Okay, so spring enrollment update. Is this
Tammy-
The classroom
have
has
just-
different
Okay,
expectations. They're expect.
It's persistent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like Bob is controlling things back there.
Tammy's working on creating some new students.
What we can do. Good evening, Chair Wagner, trustees, President Swain, Attorney Boyles, community members, colleagues, and students. It's a pleasure to be with you this evening to share with you our spring 2020 enrollment information. Before sharing the numbers, I want to provide a quick overview of our organizational structure. I am one of 5 deans, reporting to Interim Provost Duman, the Director of Admissions and Recruitment, the Director of Financial Aid, the Registrar, the Regional Outreach Center Manager in Sandpoint, and the Assistant to the Dean report to me. Currently, we have 19 employees in enrollment services. Numbers shared this evening are reported based upon our March 15th census date. This is the same date that we use across the state for reporting enrollment. Our official head count this spring is 3,801. Students enrolled in 32,730 credits, which then yielded a full-time equivalency of 2,322 students. To calculate our full-time equivalency, we take the total number of credits, which was 32,730, and divide that by 15. And as was noted, we were down slightly in headcount and FTE this spring. This spring, 52% of our students are enrolled in academic transfer programs and will likely be going to 4-year colleges or universities to complete their bachelor's degrees. 32% of the population is participating in the dual credit program, earning college and high school credits simultaneously. We have 11% of our students enrolled in career technical education programs. They plan to enter the workforce upon completion of their certificate and degree programs. And then 5% of our students are attending as non-degree, and they come to us for a variety of reasons. Some are taking classes for personal interest. Others plan to transfer those credits to complete a degree at some other institution. Some folks are expanding their job skills for employment opportunities. Now let's take a look at some of the specifics. Almost half, 46% of our students are between the ages of 18 and 24. 28% are 25 or older, and 26% are less than 18. Take note, our oldest student is 92, our youngest student is 13, and the average age of our students this semester is 24. 38% of our students are male and 62% are female. This split continues to remain consistent and is on par with the national average. 40% of our students this semester are receiving some type of financial assistance. This may include federal and state funding, institutional grants, and scholarships. I do want to note that if we look at only our degree-seeking population, 66% of our students are receiving some sort of financial assistance. 4%, or 145 students of our population, are veterans, and about 2/3 of them are using GI Bill this semester. In addition, we have about 1% of our students utilizing dependent or spousal benefits to help offset their educational costs. And 2% of our students are student athletes participating in winter and spring sports. Spring and winter sports include men's and women's basketball, wrestling, softball, and men's and women's volleyball. I'm sorry, men's and women's softball, thank you. Golf.
What?
There you go, Sarah.
Keep running down through to sports.
Yeah, we get there. We continue to see more part-time versus full-time. About a third of our students are attending as full-time, taking 12 or more credits, and 2/3 or 67% are attending part-time, taking 11 credits or less. The split between male and female mirrors last spring as well. 53% of degree-seeking students are first generation. This indicates that neither of their parents has graduated with a bachelor's degree. And I do want to note with this particular number, dual credit and non-degree students are not included in the percentage. 22% of our students are choosing to take 100% of their classes online. This number is slowly ticking up. It's up by a couple of percent over last spring and also up over this fall. 32% are participating in distance education, which means their classes are online and hybrid. Hybrid classes combine face-to-face and online instruction with a substantial portion of the course learning activities delivered online. And 15% of this spring's population are new students, as Nick mentioned. We are extremely excited about this increase in first-time degree seeking and new transfer students. That population is up 13.7%. And if you remove the transfer students from the equation, our new first-time degree-seeking students is up 18.1% compared to last spring. I would like to note that this is the first time that we have seen this increase in the population since 2020, and since 2012, we've had 4 times that we've had an increase. So this is great work that is being done as we expand our recruiting of students and our outreach. Now a little bit about residency. The majority of our students are Idaho residents, 89%. This number has remained very consistent since 2015. 85% of these students are from the 5 northern counties, Benewah, Bonner, Boundary, Kootenai, and Shoshone. And Kootenai County accounts for 69% of the enrollment and is up 2% from last spring. 5.5% of our students are Washington residents, and about 2.5% are from states that are participating in the Western Undergraduate Exchange Program. And those states include Alaska, Arizona, California, Colorado, Hawaii, Montana, New Mexico, North and South Dakota, Oregon, Utah, and Wyoming. We have less than 1% of students that are international and about 2.5% that are from states outside of the WICHE program or Washington. I now want to turn your attention to our dual credit program. This spring, we have 1,291 students enrolled in the program. 941 of those students are continuing studies from fall, and 350 students are new this spring. Here's where we do see a little bit of difference in the split. We have a little bit higher male population, where 41% are male and 59% are female. 15% are attending full-time, taking 12 or more credits, while the majority, 85%, are attending part-time, carrying an average load of 6.5 credits. Here's a list of the top feeder high schools for dual credit, along with the enrollment for each of the schools. This list has stayed fairly consistent with last spring, but what I would like to know is 7 of the 10, or 70%, have increased their enrollment this spring, and we do expect an additional increase in fall as we continue the good work to expand the dual credit program. This spring, our persistence rate is 81.8%. To calculate persistence percentage, we look at the number of full-time degree certificate seeking students, plus the number of new transfer students who enroll in fall and continue their studies in the spring or receive an award in the fall. We are down slightly compared to last spring, but as you can see, overall, since 2019, we are up. So what's next? The recruitment and retention committees, along with faculty and staff, are committed to increasing enrollment. We are continuing our outreach in high schools through NIC Connect, CTE, and dual credit visits. We have increased on-campus recruiting events, are providing tours, and doing outreach to ensure new and continuing students register for classes and have funding to cover their educational costs. I would like to thank the institutional research team, Nishay Noble, Chris Brewer, and Lucy Hine for their amazing work in providing the data for tonight's presentation. They always go above and beyond. And I look forward to sharing fall 2024 enrollment with you in October. This concludes my report, and I'll take any questions you might have.
I have a question. Trustee Zimmerman.
Thank you. Tammy, thank you. That was an excellent report, and there's a lot of good news in there, and I'm excited about it. My only question is, could you clarify how many students you said as a percentage are student athletes?
2%.
Okay. Thank you. That's what I thought.
Are there any other questions?
Okay, so what percentage are we down, or are we really?
So as far as our percentages, in head count, we are down 4% from last spring, and in our FTE, we are down 5.3.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Trustee Benducci.
Tammy, please remind me, when we have a dual enrollment student, how much are we getting as a percentage of what we would get on a normal student for tuition?
So
And what is the reimbursement from the state? Because it seems to me that's significantly less.
I'm sorry, I don't know the reimbursement from the state. I do know the rate that the dual credit student pays, potentially. Sarah?
$75 a credit.
Well, but what does the state reimburse us? Oh, okay. So the state is reimbursing us the $75 per credit.
And what would our normal credit rate be, say, for in-district here in Kootenai County?
150.
140, 150.
Okay. Well, I know we're working hard for the dual credit business, and it's become a very significant percentage. It sure be nice if we could lobby the state or figure out something to get a little more money, because it's almost becoming a little bit of a lost leader like at the grocery store, because we're getting just over 50% of the normal tuition that we would get for a student. So it's good to have $75 versus no dollars, but I don't know if we've really done a study to say, how does that amortize out the more dual credit students? And then I also know there's a factor of that, of whether they're coming on campus or whether we're able to have instructors in place at the schools, and they have to be certified, and there's some requirements there for us to have teachers. So I know we just talked about hopefully Coeur d'Alene High maybe playing a little more with our program. That was just recently talked about. So I guess the question is, do we have enough instructors in place at the local high schools? With the 10 up on the board, one was homeschool, so that doesn't really apply, but and maybe the smaller ones don't have one in place either. So I guess I'm wondering how we're doing actually bang for the buck with the number as we grow, and what's our real cost per student. And do we have an initiative, or are we lobbying or talking to, our representatives or the State Board of Education or somebody about trying to increase the dual enrollment, because it affects both the community colleges and the four-year institutions. So, more money would be nice. Do we have anything that we're working on that?
That's a statewide initiative that the state didn't fund anything for us this year, but that's something that was the state board. We asked them to look at that. I think for us, the long-term investment is looking at dual credit as a student recruitment tool, and what we haven't done in the past is convert dual credit students to matriculated students. And so we have a recruiting group that is working on that and retaining them so that they take classes. Very few of them actually complete their associate's degree while they're in high school. So getting them to complete their degree while they're here, we haven't marketed that in the past. And so getting them to complete their degree is far more beneficial to them, particularly with Idaho launch money. So getting them to get on campus and complete their degree as opposed to just leaving high school and going to U of I, that's kind of what our focus is. So,
Mr. Chair. Go ahead, Trustee Banducci.
Well, that's interesting you ended with U of I, because if I was the U of I, I'd be licking my chops and salivating at the idea that we're getting them for the first 2 years at $75 a pop, and then they're going to get them for the next 3 at whatever their tuition rates are. So, yeah, four-year institutions are probably great if we're taking the dual enrollment because we're getting a whole lot less money for them. That's actually better for them.
It's been a wrestling match with.
Okay.
They don't want us to take the dual credit. That's been a big issue with U of I, is that they don't want us to take dual credit because it's a revenue stream for them. And so doing it efficiently is what we've been focused on, doing a lot of classes in the high school, so our costs are down, and working on those kinds of factors.
What percentage, excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
What percentage of the education are we targeting, or is our goal to have in place at the high schools versus on campus? Where are we currently at? Let's ask the question differently. What's our current percentage of on campus versus in place in the local high schools? And what is our goal or our target for how much we're trying to get in the local high schools versus on campus?
I can report back to you. I don't have that right now.
Okay.
Any further questions for Tammy? No? Thank you very much. Great job. Okay, and security audit and/or contractor update, Dr. Swain and Alex Harris.
Alex has got this one. We talked about this last time. I think Alex has got the stuff in place to move us forward faster.
Okay.
Chair Wagner, members of the board, Dr. Swain, colleagues, friends, quick update for you. As I indicated last time I was here, we thought we were going to change gears with what the plan was with our person from the state doing the work. So after that meeting, we did change lanes there, and I've reached out to several consultants in the higher education, security, and law enforcement, and had meetings with several of them, and we're down to 2 proposals with a follow-up meeting here pretty quickly to figure out which one fits our needs the best.
So when do you expect that that'll be in place, Alex?
It's a matter of negotiating, but I would think by next board meeting, we would have it signed, sealed, and ready to go, for sure.
Trustee Banducci.
I don't know if this is to Dr. Swain or to Mr. Harris, because I believe this report is mostly on physical security, but we were turned down for our cybersecurity ask, and I still think of that as part of security from the legislature. In fact, they really stoned us with all 3 of the requests we made. The only one that got any interest was the Post. Rep. Horman asked for some additional information there, but we need to make more friends up here in the north to help advocate for us. Where are we at with money for the cybersecurity? That was a pretty big ask, several hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm going to hear some more about the budget, but I haven't really heard how we think we're going to accomplish that. And I don't see Ken Wardinsky here tonight.
He's back.
Oh, there he is. Sorry, I thought you'd stepped out. So while we're on the security topic, I'm interested in that at some point tonight, whether it's now or later, because we are going to talk about the first read of the budget tonight.
Great.
Yeah, and that would be Ken's.
Yeah.
Look, he has a microphone.
Chair Wagner, Trustee Banducci, just kind of adjusting where we're at, not adding different pieces, maintaining the levels we're at, and then reviewing a bunch of different software to reduce those that we can offset that cost. It would have been nice to have that funding to offset and not do the increase piece. But I think the carry forward that we're looking at in the current budget should cover us this year. And then long-term, probably go back again and maybe reevaluate how we ask the state next year. But I think with the budget forecast that I've been working with Sarah on, we'll be fine this year to at least maintain the level we're at.
Mr. Chair, follow-on question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Wardinski, you had talked about being part of I'll use the term consortium for lack of a better idea, with our sister institutions, and that everybody was going to kind of be pitching in and working together. How much is our piece of that pie? I mean, or how big is the pie, and then how much is each of the institutions contributing to that for that, what we're trying to do together?
Chair Wagner, Trustee Benducci, that whole thing kind of fell apart when the budgets came through the state. I tried to do a comprehensive 8-institution ask where community colleges were pretty much fairly represented and the 4 years were represented the same, but the legislature didn't even look at it. And I know that it was approved by the president's leadership, it was sent to the state board, and then delivered to the governor's office, and then it was shelved, I believe. So there is interest from all of my sister institutions to do this, but again, it kind of gets lost in the shuffle.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Anything else?
The bids.
Any other questions?
Sure, I have a question.
Go ahead.
The bids that you're looking at for this contractor security audit, do you care to share the range?
Well, they're not, we didn't go out to RFP on them because it depends on what we're looking for, and a lot of them come in modules. So on the smaller level, where it's just security, we decided not to go through the RFP process. So my guess is somewhere around 15 to 25,000, depending on what they get back to me after I spoke to them about what exactly we were looking for.
Okay.
Why not the RFP process?
It's under the value. Yeah, I checked with our Vice President for Business and Finance for guidance on those things.
So any further questions?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we have strategic plan update. Sherry, right?
Start off with Dr. Simpkins.
Dr. Simpkins.
Good evening, Chair Wagner, trustees, President Swain. My co-chair, Sarah Garcia, and I are pleased to be able to share with you the progress on the strategic plan tonight and the good work that's been taking place over the last couple of days and the last few months. So some people wonder, why are we engaging in a strategic plan? Why now? These are a couple of reasons why we're at the point that we are. One is to create a shared vision and action steps for the college. You can imagine a boat where people are trying to paddle in all different directions and we're not making good progress. So creating a strategic plan really helps the college be able to move forward in the same direction. The other reason is just to ensure we meet our mission, vision, and our promise that we've made to our students. As you may remember, the NWCCU March 1st action plan that was set before the board asks us to create a strategic plan that demonstrates engagement of stakeholders. And so I think they've given us that challenge, and the information we'll share with you tonight, I think we're rising to that challenge, and we ask you to join us in that. So as you may remember from Sarah's last report, there's several phases to the strategic planning process. The first phase is the discovery phase, where we're looking at both internal and external quantitative and qualitative data. The second phase, the consultants have worked to develop the portfolio and the planning assumptions. And then the third phase is the phase that we're currently in. And the past 2 days, both Monday and Tuesday, the Strategic Planning Steering Committee worked on goal setting, and we are bringing those goals to the board tonight to preview them for you and hope that we can adopt them in a future board meeting. The next step, you'll see there, the Part B. In the fall, once the goals have been adopted, we can then move into objectives and action plans and really framing out the plan. But we don't want to move forward in that direction until we have the approval from the board regarding the goals. So let's talk a little bit about the process. The strategic planning process began with the board. That was important to leadership, that was important to our consultants, and that's the place where strategic planning should begin. So there were individual meetings with the trustees to have listening sessions to really set the stage. As you probably recall, you were asked 3 questions, and you can see those there. What have you heard from your constituents regarding the college? What priorities do you see as important in developing a long-range strategic plan? And any specific challenges or opportunities that should be taken into consideration during the development of the plan. Following the sessions with the trustees, our consultants held 29 sessions with a total of 251 participants, both internal and external constituents. They also took tours of the Parker Center, Sandpoint, and Workforce Training Centers. Let's talk a little bit about how we got to the goal development. They don't just come out of the air, there's a process of how we got there. So the quantitative data, internal, and the quantitative data, external. So the internal data is going to be student completion trends, student persistence trends, enrollment trends. It's going to be a look at all of our internal data. The external data is going to be more national data, regional data, what's happening on a grander scale when we look at the quantitative numbers of, for example, people moving to our community, what are their ages, those kind of quantitative data. Those all come together for trends and planning assumptions. The next piece then is the qualitative data. That's what was gathered in the listening sessions. So those trends and planning assumptions in the listening sessions, they're combined together to develop challenges and opportunities for the college. The challenges and opportunities were then combined with visioning exercises with the Strategic Planning Steering Committee, and all of this comes together in long-range goals and college-wide objectives. And tonight, Sarah will share with you the goals that were developed by the Strategic Planning Steering Committee.
So before I talk about the goals, just kind of a reminder, this is something that a lot of people stumble over is the definition of goals, objectives, and action plans. So just before we launch into the goals, a goal is part of the 5-year plan, and they're broad, overarching statements that reflect the long-range direction of the college. So these are things that the entire college is focused on, and it's the direction that we're heading in the next 5 years. And then underneath each of those goals, there are high priority college-wide initiatives and strategies for reaching the goal. We're calling those objectives. Those require the collaboration across divisions of the college to accomplish, and they may be 1 year, multiple years, and they may start and end at different times during the process. For the objectives, there will be typically a administrative or president's cabinet level member who is responsible for ensuring the objective gets flushed out and gets accomplished, and setting the action plans that roll up underneath that objective. The implementation of the action plan is the tactical, actual, things we're going to get done, specific action items. They're part of an annual plan of work. They're assigned to a department or a group of people who will work together to accomplish them. They will have a timeline, an outcome, and measures and metrics. So, our first goal is to enhance student access and support services to strengthen student success. Based on the work that we did over the last 2 days, a sample of what an objective may be, and these objectives will be developed, as Sherry mentioned, in Part B starting in the fall, would be to identify and implement strategies to specifically report student retention. And a sample action plan could be something along the lines of reestablishing a robust career services office and organization. Our second goal is to provide streamlined, flexible pathways to success that will empower students to reach their educational goals. Again, a sample objective might be to develop pathways for students in both career technical and general education areas. A sample action plan may be to document an actual path for a student so they could know what would be required of them to go from a certified nursing assistant program, which is typically non-credit, to an associate degree in nursing, and then to a bachelor's degree in nursing. So what classes would they need to take? How long is it going to take? And help them plan that out and actually document it for them. Our third goal is to expand and strengthen relationships with business, industry, educational, and community partners. A sample objective for that could be to provide work-based learning opportunities. And an action plan for that could be to develop additional or new internship positions with our local businesses. Our fourth goal is to create a unified educational system among the college and all of its centers. And when we speak of that, we mean all of our Workforce Training Center, our Parker Center, our Sandpoint Center, and all the people that are part of NIC but may not be physically located on our main campus. So a sample objective for that one might be to create opportunities to integrate students from the other centers into the main campus. And more specifically, maybe we would create strategies for Parker-based students to be able to participate more regularly on the main campus. And our fifth and final goal, not the least important by any means, is to achieve organizational efficiency and effectiveness by fostering a dynamic college environment that invests in employees, facilities, and technologies. Again, a sample objective for that could be to implement technology solutions to solve some of our problems. One of those, from an action plan standpoint, could be to integrate our non-credit and our credit student software systems. They are currently on 2 separate systems. That would make a big difference for us. Those are the 5 goals that the Strategic Planning Steering Committee that bubbled up through the process. It was a very exciting process over the last couple of days to do that. The presentation tonight was to share with you, and we will ask most likely next month for the board to adopt those goals so that we know that we're on the right track so that we can move forward with the objectives and action plans in the fall. And we will stand for any questions.
Anyone have any questions?
The goals.
Yeah, I've got one.
After you.
I'm very excited about this, just because of my training, et cetera, and I'm very pleased that Dr. Swain got started on this and worked with all the rest of you. And so, question, when is phase 1 due to be done?
So phase 1, the work has been completed for phase 1.
Okay.
So that's getting to these 5 goals. That is phase 1.
So that'll be, you said presented next time. So again, I'm really, in my head, I'm working priorities of accreditation, right?
Right. So this is huge.
Do you want to answer this one?
No, this is a huge part of that accreditation action plan is, and I don't think they thought we'd get this far. So I think we're well on our way to getting this done.
So you think in terms of that checklist, I've got like 7 items that I'm trying to focus on and get all that stuff done by September when the ACCT people go. So I'm trying to, and start writing and working with you to write the report, et cetera, Dr. Kurtz. Are we in a situation where we can check that off and that's one less thing we have to be concerned about? You're on your way?
I think we're well on our way, yeah.
And so you think there's, I was a project manager, so forgive me. From a risk management standpoint, you think it's very low risk that we won't make this?
I think so.
Okay, good. I mean, that's just, I just want the accreditation issues worked, and I'm doing as much as I can behind the scenes to do as much as I can, and because it's obviously a potential issue for a negative for the school if we don't get that worked. And so we want to go as fast as we can. And hopefully that's, we're going to do that. So I really appreciate this. And I think it's great. Great. Trustee McKenzie.
Yeah, as this materials not in our board packet, so it's just kind of a lot to consume just right away. So if you put goal 5 up there, let me just put it this way. I think the whole board looks forward to approving goals to work towards our action plan. We just heard from the Chair Wagner about, I think that's something that would look very positive towards accreditation, but I'm also not just interested in rubber stamping whatever's put in front of us. I think the board needs to actually have time to think about these things. And so I plan to think about them for the next month, and I don't intend to just put this on the consent agenda for next month. And I'm hoping we'd have a unanimous board consent to actually have discussion on these agenda goals.
Sarah? So this was not in the board packet, so are we going to get that information that we can?
It was just finished yesterday, so.
Oh, it's finished yesterday?
Chair-
No, I'm not complaining.
No, right, that's
I
fine.
know everybody is busy,
No,
okay, so I'm not complaining. I'm simply saying, from a logistics standpoint, can we do this to facilitate working any issues and getting it done?
Yep. That's the
Chair
plan,
Wagner,
yep.
Absolutely. The plan tonight was to be a preview to, because as Dr. Swain mentioned, we did just finish this work at about 1:30 yesterday afternoon. And so it was not able to be put in the board book. And the intention is, that's why we're not asking for acceptance or adoption tonight. We are merely sharing where we are with this right now, and going to be putting it in the board book and asking for consideration at the next meeting.
Just tell me this, didn't the board book get updated just yesterday too?
Just with a couple minor things, and they were available, I think, before
All right.
their materials were available.
It's always
Okay.
dangerous to just fire off the cuff, but it seems goal 5, if you could put that up there, organizational efficiency and effectiveness by fostering a dynamic college environment that invests in employees, facilities, and technologies. I guess I'll have all month to think about this, but my initial thoughts is invest in student opportunities, comma, employees, facilities, and technologies.
The first 2 goals were really focused on students and student processes. And so this is focused on the systems that need to be in place to support the students in those processes.
Can you put goals 1 and 2 up? Student access and support services. All right, next. So educational goals. I still think if you look at the word opportunities is not in either of those goals. And I do think that kind of relates to even the employee opportunities and development. So I'll think about it. We got a whole month. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Maybe y'all can think about it too this next month. And I'm ready to move on to the next thing.
Okay, and again, I want to make a comment. One of the things that Dr. Swain and I talked about was the fact that this was needed, because how do you know where you're going if you don't have a plan, right? And so this is a 5-year plan, and the previous plan was flawed, can I call it that?
Yeah.
And you're coming through and you've hired consultants and you're working it, and looks like we're doing what we need to from an accreditation standpoint, so that risk gets lessened. And obviously, as a project manager, very successful one, I want to drive the risk from accreditation to 0. Okay, so I just have one thing. It's a little after 8 o'clock. Do we need a 10-minute recess to stand or run off or do what we need to do? Let's take 10 minutes and then be back at 8:14. Okay, thank you. Here comes trustee where's Mackenzie? Banducci's here, Mackenzie. Here's trustee Zimmerman. Okay, we're all coming back. I don't know where trustee Mackenzie is, and we need him right away. He was talking to Sarah. Something came up, and anyway, and I'll tell you all what's going on here in a minute, okay? But we need to roll it here. So basically, trustee Mackenzie is on deck here for, let's see, no, we have some policies to go through, don't we?
Right, consent agenda stuff.
Chair, if I may be recognized,
Go ahead, trustee Mackenzie.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have any second?
I'll second that.
Discussion?
It's the consent agenda, so.
Right, exactly, sorry. Vote ayes?
Aye.
Ayes.
Aye.
Aye.
Nays?
Thank you.
Consent agenda is approved.
Chair, if I could be recognized,
Go ahead.
I make a motion to approve tabs 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Do you have a second?
I'll second that.
And that's not consent, right? So do we have any
Discussion?
discussion? Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. There's tabs 4 Alpha, 4 Bravo, and 4 Charlie in the board packet. I think we're iterating through and getting a lot better process with these meeting minutes. And if people compare meeting minutes from December to now, they'll see they're a lot more clean cut. And I think we're doing good. So appreciate everyone's efforts in iterating to where we're headed. And that's it. So just to be everyone clear, not 4 Alpha, 4 Bravo, 4 Charlie, just the tab 4, 5, 6. I think they're the ones recently redone by the administration. I think they arrive Monday, Tuesday timeframe.
Okay, any further discussion? No, down there? No, at the other end? Ayes?
Aye.
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 Aye. Nays? The motion passes, so we're down through all the old business.
So that was 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Correct.
Oh, okay, that and included 7 also.
Susie's asking to be recognized.
Susie, you're asking to be recognized?
Thank you, Chair Wagner. I didn't catch a second on either of those motions. Oh,
Brad.
trustee,
Corkle.
thank you.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the consent agenda was Todd?
No, it was.
No, it was
Brad, you're on
Brad.
Both,
It was
yep.
Brad.
Good teamwork.
Okay, so now we're halfway down the page. This is better. Okay, and I just wanted to thank Susie for what I saw from the March, I think it was the March 27 minutes, the latest ones, with the new process, and I thought those were very well done. Okay? Okay, so we're down through 7. And so now we have Sarah back, I think, on the budget.
She thought she had a half an hour.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Good evening, Chair Wagner, trustees, President Swain, colleagues, and guests. Tonight, I'm here to present the first reading of the fiscal year 2025 budget. As background, at March's regular board meeting last month, we reviewed the planning assumptions for fiscal year 2025 for the budget process. As a reminder, they were no tuition increase. Our last tuition increase was in fiscal year FY19, and it was $1.50 per credit, was that last increase. No base property tax increase, only new property on the rolls. The enrollment assumption was anticipated at FY24 actual levels, which means flat enrollment. A 3% increase in base compensation for full-time employees, which is equivalent to a step, which is approximately 2%, and an increase to the base schedule of 1%. Also in the assumptions was a medical benefit package premium increase of 5%, which was negotiated down from 10%, and the implementation of the change in funding for the NJCAA competition.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead. Trustee Banducci.
Thank you. May I address Sarah directly? Sarah, is it easier for you if we ask questions along the way or if we wait till the end?
Either way works. Sorry, Trustee Banducci, either way is fine with me.
No worries.
And go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
I've got a comment too later. Go ahead.
Sarah, you're going to hear a theme here from me. I apologize. It's been 11 years. What are we doing for the adjunct and the part-time? Are we matching something for them also with what we're doing for the full-time?
There is currently not anything in the budget for adjunct or part-time employees.
Okay.
But they did get a 5%, an 8% last year.
Okay, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, they got equivalent of an 8% last year. So they have seen an increase recently. So.
No, I'm aware. Yes, sir, I'm aware of last year. Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Sarah, to give them an equivalent increase, do we know what that might cost? And if you don't right now, that's okay.
I do not know that off the top
Okay.
of my head.
Maybe you could get that to us if you would, please.
I can.
Thank you.
Okay, so I just have, in our discussion we had last Friday, yourself and Todd and I, and across the street here, you said you're just going to give a summary tonight, basically, because all of the detail is in the board book. So it's not like we're hiding anything or anything like that. We just aren't going to spend a lot of time in the meeting going through a lot of detail unless there's questions. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of that. I had kind of missed that detail when we did the preliminary budget briefing, and so that was when I just wanted a quick question while we were at it. So I will not try to belabor the issues tonight. We already had you for a couple hours and change, I think.
And Chair Wagner and trustees, as appropriate, I will mention the pages in the packet that you received as they're relevant to the slides as I discuss them, so that you can look at the detailed slides that came in the packet should you desire to do so.
Okay, thank you.
With the assumptions established, we got to work calculating or in some cases estimating the budgetary impact of the assumptions on our revenue, our personnel costs, and our general operating expenses. From that, we calculated the net impact to our budget for this upcoming year and identified solutions to create a balanced budget. So on the general fund budget, this is a summary of the change in our revenues in the proposed FY25 budget. The details for this slide are page 2 of the packet that you were provided as part of your board book. These include a tuition increase to align tuition revenue with the budgeted grant and aid for the athletic programs. As you may recall, we budgeted for the extreme case that all scholarship athletes would be in our highest tuition rate schedule. To be fair, we adjusted the revenue, the tuition revenue, to reflect that same assumption.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Trustee
Banducci.
Thank you. And I would like to emphasize that point because that had not been identified, and we've got some numbers that I think are interesting that are being put out in the press and in other places, well, in excess of $6 million. And right off the top there, even with the dispute of grant and aid and everything else, there's another $525,000 that has to come off that number right away. So as we're putting stuff out about $3,000 for $1,500 and who's paying and whether they're in district or international, another one, there's a start right there. Let's take another $500,000 and change off that number. And then let's keep working it back till we get to start talking about a more realistic number. Because again, the likelihood of 152 students is 152 student athletes, I believe we have, all being international, which if you understand our rates, we have in district here in Kootenai County, you have state Idaho, you have the neighboring, you have WUI, you have the different, and then way up here is international. So to say that we're going to calculate for the sake of caution to err here, to international, we're really we're really padding those numbers extensively. So, again, I think those numbers are kind of pie in the
Chair, I have
sky,
a
but I
question.
understand being risk averse. But again, let's tone down the rhetoric on this. President Swain made the recommendation. The 5 trustees all voted for it. I know I cautioned that if we did it, we were going to have some increased expenses. We need to properly fund the recruiting. We need to take care of the grant and aid. We need to do it right if we're going to try to compete at that level, because now we are at a national level versus a regional level. So I don't quite understand some of the narratives. It's almost like it's a negative that we're supporting the student athletes as our president recommended and as the board unanimously voted for. So either we've got athletics and we do it properly at the level that we're at, or we don't. And let's have realistic numbers in the discussion and not use it for political headlines and things like that. So let's just all be fair with this.
Chair, if I
That's what I ask.
Hang on, let him finish. Are you through
done.
there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Trustee McKenzie.
Thank you, sir. VP Garcia, these worst-case numbers that you're presenting here, they are worst case, right? Like,
Correct, they are worst case.
okay, thank you. The tuition revenue due to a change to NJCAA, it's a hard question to ask, but these numbers are solely just related to students, or is this including, a lot of times athletic students are generally recognized as leaders, people want to be around them, and a lot of times they bring friends to colleges and stuff like that. Is there any statistics about beyond just the students that are bringing enrollment to North Idaho College or anything?
Chair Wagner, Trustee McKenzie. That isn't a very difficult number to trace or to track. So again, as you know, I'm quite conservative about these figures, so I would rather not put anything into my budget. If there was a way to track that, I would be happy to budget for it, but I don't believe it's trackable.
I would agree that it's not predictable because it's kind of a big change back to NJCA. But if I could make a request of the administration, hopefully with unanimous approval from the board, to basically try and gauge what beyond the student athletic bump from the students, from the athletes themselves, if any of the additional students came to North Idaho College as well, if that's a challenge. As part of the enrollment process. I don't know if metrics of student populations like that can be monitored, but as we do this, just kind of a experiment analysis, it would help our budget and future budgets for other colleges.
Are you done?
Well, I just can get a little affirmative from the administration that they know what metrics I'm talking about.
Well, can I ask a question first on that? Are you talking like, did they bring a girlfriend or boyfriend, a sibling, cousin, just
Yeah.
friends, that sort of thing? And would it be like a questionnaire to the athletes that say, hey, you were recruited to come to NIC, did anybody come with you? Is that
Yes.
sort of kind of what you're looking for?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Chair
Sorry,
Wagner
go ahead.
and Trustee McKenzie, it would have to be self-reported by the student themselves in order for us to even capture it, and I would not know how to go about that, but should it be appropriate, we, and the will of the board, we can find a way to do that.
Okay, hang on, I'll give you a chance.
Hearing
Okay.
no objection, let the request stand then.
Okay, you have a statement?
Yeah, well, so we have, I think, one student, I believe a wrestler coming from Uzbekistan. If we have 3 people from Uzbekistan show up, then it's easy to track, because we don't recruit in Uzbekistan. The folks just, around the area, it's going to be very difficult to track, and I just wonder what the, if we see, we're tracking right now a 15 or 20% increase in new students. If that jumps to 20, maybe we can attribute some of that to just simple athletics. But it's really, I think it's going to be tough to track in a meaningful way. So, and to the, I'm not sure that there's a return on investment for tracking the data. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I just want to be clear to the public and even to Trustee Banducci that when I recommended we go back to NJCAA, it was with the understanding that we would be able to set the standards for what we would support the athletes with. And we were going to support the athletes at the same level that all the other schools in SWAC were supporting the athletes at. What has transpired in the interim is a 3-2 vote initiative by Trustee Banducci to increase the to cover
Chair, is this
full.
divisive, this appreciated right now?
I'm just clarifying what was said earlier to make sure that everybody understands that the other schools in SWAC do not get funded for room, board, a flight home, or fees. And that is a big jump. That's the reason why there's such a big jump in our expenses, is those things that we didn't plan for because nobody else does it. And so that's my concern, and I just want to make sure it's very clear that that was something that was imposed on the administration without, we were told we were going to do it. So we did it. And it was not planned, it was not anticipated, and nobody else in SWAC does it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair. Go ahead.
You speak so authoritatively and so
I got the data.
positively about your facts and everything you say. And I'm not going to get into debate with you right now, but I've had different information shared with me from different sources, and there is inconsistency amongst the sister schools in the SWAC, depending on their very own financial resources and their location and other things. So what you just said is a little bit disingenuous, and I'll leave it at that because it's inconsistent and we're just being competitive. And we may be at the higher level compared to some, but again, when we started this, I made the very caveat before we even took the vote, and we agreed, and I even said I would vote against it if we did not properly fund our athletes. And you guys have backpedaled, you've held the money. We can have a full discussion on this.
Let's not get into that.
Just,
It's not constructive. Let's go through. Apparently, there's a disagreement as to exactly what's happening, and so let's just go ahead and move on. Next item, Sarah.
So to return to this slide, also in revenue, we have included the state general fund and CTE allocations. The CTE allocation at this time is estimated, and we hope to have a final number before the second reading. The revenue impact of new property on the rolls is estimated to be about $200,000. And with the increase in interest rates and the balance of the capital investment reserve, we're realizing a higher than normal interest income revenue and have increased that revenue line, accordingly. So just with the new revenue sources, we have a net increase in revenue of $1.513 million. However, we budgeted this fiscal year to spend just under $2 million of fund balance. As was noted earlier in the meeting, part of that was for what we were hoping would be one-time costs related to cyber insurance and some other issues. Because it's a temporary and a one-time transfer, it is customary to pull that from your budget when you start. So removing that transfer from the budget takes us down to a decrease in revenue of $450,000 for starting into fiscal year 2025. Moving on to expenses, the details are on slide 3 in your board packets. We have total increased expenses of $4,760,000 and change. This includes $1.5 million approximately in salary and benefit cost increases, a reduction in general expenses of $750,000, mandatory and contractual increases of approximately $150,000, and increases related to the NJCAA change of about $4.1 million. I do have an asterisk up there if you will notice. There's a note at the bottom of the slide that says the net change, including the offset from tuition, so they balance each other out, is 3.592 million. So if you look at the last two slides, we had a decrease in revenue and an increase in expenses, which put us in a position of having a $5.2 million deficit for the upcoming budget year.
I have just a general question.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Trustee McKenzie.
Thank you. Dr. Swain, do you intend to share with the board the wage study that was done? I see we're making decisions off of a wage study.
Go ahead.
Sure. The results of the wage study reflect a 3% CEC, which is what is done here. The details of that, I don't know historically if they've been shared. Happy to do that. But we're in line based on the report back from Evergreen. Where's my HR folks?
Evergreen Solutions.
What is it?
Evergreen Solutions.
Evergreen Solutions was approximately a 3.3% overall raise with a couple of more targeted in different areas.
We use them
Sorry,
again?
3.3%. So, which is what we're providing here. So we're in line with the study.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
if the president is done, I'm sorry.
You're done?
Yep.
Okay,
Mr. Chair.
go ahead.
Sarah, for the edification of the audience in person and online, can you remind us of that 3%, how much of that is being funded by the state? Because usually they give us a percent or an amount, and then we have to add to it to get to the full number. Where are we at with that, with the sharing of that?
So typically, the state funds approximately 40% of that total number. This year, as we discussed when I believe when I was speaking about the budget assumptions, the state gave us about $400,000 of operational capacity enhancement money. And if we add that to the 40% funding of the 3%, actually the state money would fully fund the CEC.
Sure. Thank you.
Go ahead, Trustee McKenzie.
Chair Wagner, I have a request of you that you would, on behalf of the board and without objection, request that the wage study that was provided by Evergreen Associates just be provided by the board and give us time to review it. And it sounds like it's a pretty benign study. I don't think a workshop's needed this time, but would you make that request, please?
Yeah, it's fine.
We'll let the chair make the request, sir.
Trustee Zimmerman.
Thank you.
Chair.
Sarah, I see an item on here called continued hold of 21 positions. Could you elaborate on that, and could you, most importantly, let
Okay.
me know what that number would be?
Hold on.
We
Chair.
hadn't quite finished his
Oh.
topic. Then we come back to yours, if that's all right?
Sure.
Okay, so you're saying that we're requesting as for the board to get this survey, and you said that there's no sensitive information.
I don't think there is. I
Well,
have
if there
not seen the
is,
study.
let me know, because obviously and this is a real hot point with me, coming out of HR and working in corporations, you don't want to give out information that is going to harm people, okay?
If it's a clean study that doesn't identify specific people or things that would be embarrassing, then I'm happy to do that.
Okay, so you'll provide that? Is that, you comfortable with that?
Yes, just of note, we've had board workshops on this exact topic before, so.
Okay.
I just don't know.
We're indicating we don't need a workshop. None of us are looking for more work, right?
We'll just provide it as a supplement to the board packet.
All right, thank you. Okay, so coming back to Trustee Zimmerman, go ahead.
Thank you. Sarah, what would the expense be if the 21 positions were filled?
Thank you, Chair Wagner, Trustee Zimmerman. As the board may recall, we held 21 vacant positions last year in order to balance the budget. We are going to continue to hold 21 positions again this year. If we were to fill them, it would be more than a $2 million price tag.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Do you have more?
I have more.
Oh, okay. Then we go on for now, and go ahead.
So the next step was to prepare a detailed outline of the changes to share with the trustees. Josh Giddle in my office and I met with all 5 of the trustees in groups of 1 or 2 between April 19th and April 22nd. These meetings are an opportunity for us to share the work that we've done and for the trustees to ask questions that they may have about the budget or the presentation, and so that we can, as a team, discuss any changes that may need to be made to the packet. During these meetings, we also discuss the options available to us to balance the budget. With the exception of using fund balance to cover the full deficit, these options would have to be used in some sort of combination. So the options that we presented were a property tax increase, because that is an option that is available, even though we used an assumption that we would not increase taxes. I wanted to be transparent. We wanted to be transparent. We have the ability to use fund balance, sometimes called deficit spending. And then there's another solution was a one-time reallocation of our capital investment reserve transfer, which has a value of about $2.6 million.
Chair, what slide?
Go ahead.
What slide details
Trustee
options?
McKenzie?
I saw one during that Friday, but I'm not seeing it now.
I changed it up just a little bit.
Uh,
Bear with me, please.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
And go ahead, Trustee Banducci.
I don't want to steal your thunder. Are you going to give us a thought on those 3 on the next slide, or are you kind of leaving it there?
No, I'm
Okay.
working up to something here.
That's what I thought from our conversation. Okay.
Crescendo.
I'll wait.
Crescendo, yeah. Yeah.
Done, sir.
Okay.
Chair Wagner, I'm trying to build a case here and share the background information that was requested
Thank you.
during the meeting. So,
Appreciate it.
oops, I keep going the wrong way. I apologize. So, just to look at each of those funding options, from a property tax standpoint, the statute allows for up to a 3% increase on the base levy. Our current levy is $17,820,000. A 1, 2, or 3% increase is outlined on the slide, which means the maximum we could realize from property tax base increase would be $534,000. Based on some very light and preliminary calculations, the impact to an individual homeowner, which would depend on the change, of course, in the value of that individual's home and the value of the total county, would be minimal. I did it for my house, which everyone knows I do this for my house every year. It would cost me $3 more if a 3% tax increase were taken. So just sharing that information. So the next option was fund balance. At the end of fiscal year 2023, there was approximately $24 million in the college's unrestricted fund balance. Of that, $10 million was designated for capital investment by the board. The minimum recommended fund balance as a percentage of revenue by the Government Finance Officers Association is between 5 and 15%. Right now, the college is at 42%, well above the recommended level. Another benchmark for fund balance is months of operating expenditures. The goal is no less than 1 or 2 months worth of operating expenditures in your fund balance. The college currently has 3 months in the undesignated portion and 5.4 if you include both the undesignated and designated portion of the fund balance. So we're in good shape. The capital investment reserve, I'm sorry, did you have questions?
Oh, I was saying we should remind Moody's of that.
Yeah.
I'll continue. At the end of fiscal year, oh, sorry, wrong slide. The capital investment reserve was originally created in 2009. The almost $2.6 million that is allocated annually to this fund comes in part from the property tax levy and is transferred to a specific reserve account. Over the years, this fund has enabled the college to pay for the construction of the Parker Technical Education Center, the expansion of the Meyer Health Sciences building, and some property acquisition. The information on this slide is on page 13 of your packet. The fund is estimated to have approximately $13 million in it at the end of this fiscal year. If the board were to decide to forego the contribution to this reserve for FY25 and use it to fund operations, we would still have sufficient funds in there to plan for future capital needs. So the final recommendation is that we, for 1 year only, reallocate the capital investment reserve transfer from capital reserve to operations. That will cover 2.6 million of the $5.2 million deficit. The balance of the deficit, we are suggesting be done through reserves and fund balance. As we just went through, we have a strong reserve and a strong fund balance, and we can handle this for 1 year at $2.6 million. If we decided to use this level of funding out of the reserves, the college would remain within the recommended range for their reserves by the end of fiscal year 25. It's my responsibility, however, to mention that this is a one-time, 1-year fix. Continued use of reserves to balance the budget erodes at the reserve level and can take the institution outside of the minimum required fund balance levels. In addition to the general fund, we have 3 other types of funding. Fee-based, which is the second column on this slide and page 14 of your packet, where revenue is driven by student enrollment. This group includes ASNIC, student health services, student activities and recreation, athletics, and commencement. The third column on the page is for service units. It's page 15 of the packet. It includes the Dormitory Housing Commission, which oversees the residence hall, the student union, and the Student Wellness and Recreation Center, as well as the Workforce Training Center and our event services. The final column, or the fourth column on this page, is on page 16 of your packet, and it includes the grants, which include Area Agency, Head Start, and other grants such as Adult Basic Education, TRIO, and programmatic grants. In total, the institution provides stewardship over $75 million, as shown on this slide and also on page 17 of your packet. This is merely a first reading of the budget, so I stand for questions if you have any.
Questions? Anyone have any questions? Terry, you're a financial person.
I don't know if I have a question as much as a comment. It appears to be unsustainable unless we find some other solution to fund the budget going forward. And it feels like the impact is mostly from these scholarships that we have in the budget. And I'm also concerned about holding back those positions. If we were actually to fill those positions, we would be even bigger trouble than we are. That's $2 million.
Chair Wagner.
But
I don't have any.
go ahead, Sarah.
Chair Wagner, Trustee Zimmerman. As was stated earlier, we do have some high estimates in the budget right now for some of these activities, and the course of a first full year in the NJCAA will help us really understand what the true costs of that activity is. We're also expecting, hoping, based on our spring numbers, that enrollment is on an upswing, and that will also help the situation, but we do have to take a hard look at what we're spending and make sure that it's allocated in the right way. And again, the strategic plan should help us with that.
So if I can paraphrase, you're looking at it worst case just to make sure you're covered, but you don't have to spend it, and you're hoping that it works out better. But you don't know until we get experience, because it's a whole new program.
That's fairly accurate. Sorry, Chair Wagner, that is fairly accurate, yes.
Okay. Trustee Banducci.
Thank you, Chair. Sarah, would it be fair to say that you've given us three potential sources for how to cover our bill? And if we were to select choices 2 and 3 on the one-year basis, that would meet our need for this next fiscal year?
Chair Wagner, Trustee Banducci, yes, it would.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? This is just the first reading. Go ahead.
Sarah, would it be possible to know the delta between in Idaho and out of Idaho, just the delta on that per student athlete? You might even know that in your head. Is it $1,200, $1,500?
Chair Wagner, Trustee Zimmerman, I can put it slightly differently. An in-district athlete, an in-district student pays approximately $4,000 a semester. An out-of-state and international student, they pay the same rate. There are not separate rates for those two. That cost is $10,000 a semester from a tuition standpoint.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Let's move ahead. Thank you, Sarah. We have 2 action items here, but we didn't go into executive session and we have nothing to cover. So we just go through those. We're getting down then to some accreditation issues. Hopefully we can keep those fairly calm and work through those and just see where we can go. We've got 2 of those, and then we still have the 2 first reading for some policy changes, and then we're done. So let's see where we are. Tab 9, discussion decision on general counsel policies. If you look in the board book, there's 1 line added under the board chair that I'm recommending, but we need to discuss it. Didn't want to have a whole separate meeting for this. This is the meeting. These are words exactly from the College of Southern Idaho, and they provide the board some more visibility of what the president is doing. But when I say approve expenses, et cetera, it does not say that the president can't do them. It's not an issue of directing the president what to do because he already has a role. It's simply reporting, and then the approval is by the board chair. Say, go ahead.
I had, when I saw this, and I called my colleague, Dean Fisher, down at College of Southern Idaho, and he said, yeah, you know, Nick, that's an old policy, and since I've been here, we've never done that. It has been, like many of the statutory authorities granted by 332107, 332109, and others, those are all delegated to the president. And so that's the same thing. I know at CEI and CWI, they only have internal attorneys that work directly for the president. They don't have a special board attorney. And the other thing that Dean mentioned was that his trustees never call the attorney. So then there's no, he said the board just does not call the attorney. And I said, well, what happens if they do? And he said, they just don't. And I said, well, what would you do if they did? He said, gosh, I don't know. Tell me how it works with you. So I think that adding this without the context of how it actually is operationalized is really interesting. And as one of the things with NWCCU is the state law says, here's the authority that the college has through the board. And the accreditation folks say all of those duties have to be transferred and delegated to the president for operations. So when the board is doing things, approving, any verb, when they're doing things, it's by its own nature, operations. And so that's Dean's perspective as well. So Dean Fisher from CSI. So while it may still be in there, and I will say, thanks to you and Trustee Zimmerman, that our board policies are all up to date. This is an old one that is not up to date, and since he has been president, has never been implemented in the way that you're putting it in here. So, for what it's worth.
Okay. Any other comments?
Trustee Wagner, or Chair?
Go ahead.
I'm actually quite surprised that this is in a board packet. You're the one, Chair, quite some time ago that had the initiative to put together a board policy subcommittee, which you and I have sat on together. And so this, just putting it in the board packet here for approval is outside our normal operating procedure. And we even finally did a policy 20114, creation, revision, or elimination of internal board governance policy and procedure. So if you want to change a procedure, I suggest that we take it to the subcommittee, talk about it, bring in the ACCT consultants like we have in the past, and if something needs to be changed, then we'll change it, but this is not the right way to go about it. Furthermore, I'd state, it looks to me like it's an operational thing that's trying to be inserted here, which I think is ill-advised considering what we have going on with the commission.
Mr. Chairman, are you done?
Go ahead.
Finished.
As was pointed out in our previous meeting, Dr. Swain signs the checks for these payments, and he needs to know what's in them because he's responsible for those expenditures. And I think the review of the attorney's fees should be left up to the president.
Yeah, what I had in mind here was that the board chair approves it first, and then, of course, it has to go to the president for approval. So it's an extra step. And in terms of the process to go through this seems like a simple change, and having a whole meeting for this didn't seem to be worthwhile.
And on that same topic, is the extra step really necessary?
In our present situation, which is much different from CSI, because of all the litigation going on the board, we're going to have to operate somewhat differently. And some of the information there is confidential, et cetera. So I think we need a two-step process. Go ahead.
If I may, with the exception of litigation involving me, where you have to be involved, I suggest that it would be far more economical if we acted more like CSI. And on the next agenda item, I have several topics where there were I don't know if erroneous, inappropriate, unknown charges that.
Chair, point of order, it seems like we're crossing agenda topics.
Right.
No, well, but that's why it is up to, it's up to me.
Save that talk for the next agenda item, it seems.
So, yeah, hang on.
Wagner, you need to control him.
So hang on just a minute, because he has the floor.
It is up to me to do this work. Why does the chair need to do, what is, if the chair approves it and hands it off to me and I find errors, what do?
You come back to the chair and talk to him.
No, I'm not paying it. Like, that's the point, is like, I don't need to go back and forth with the chair to do my job, because you guys are getting into operations, and that's the point. If there's...
Well, I have a question for, if I may, from, for Trustee Banducci. Not asking about payment, but in the history of the school, the attorney reported to the board, correct?
In my experiences on this board, which again, over 11 years, through multiple presidents, we did have the longtime attorney, Mark Lyons, who worked hand in glove with the board chair. In fact, sat next to the board chair, counseled the board chairs. I would suggest to you that when Christy Wood was chair, when Ken Howard was chair, when Joe Dunlap was chair, even while I was chair, we worked a lot with Mr. Lyons. I mean, all the time. And there were times I was working with Mr. Lyons on a daily basis through some of the things that were going on, some of the shenanigans that were happening. So, yes, the board attorney worked very, very closely with the board, and particularly the board chair. Most of the other board members did not engage with the attorney. It was primarily the board chair acting on behalf of the board as the conduit, partly to keep the expense down and partly to keep one chain of communication instead of multiple that could be very confusing and cross-purpose. And so there's nothing unusual about that at all. That's how college is operated, I'm sure, before I was on the board. So, and it has worked with subsequent chairs and subsequent attorneys. So we're just working with the same wheel we've had all along. We're not reinventing anything here. This is what's occurred. So there's nothing unusual about what we're doing here. You're just codifying it.
Right. And there's two parts there. One is approve the presidential expenses, and I have talked to ACCT, and they say that's an industry standard way of doing things. So, go ahead.
That's interesting, because I have also spoken to ACCT and very concerned about adding this language to this policy. Let me just remind you that you do not have any authority to act unless the board votes to give you the authority. And here, once again, just like last week, you're trying to take on the authority. And this is a direct result out of last week's meeting, because you didn't have the authority to do something last week. You wanted it, and here we find it in the meeting, in the board packet this week. You don't have the authority. Only time you have authority is when the board votes 3-2 to give you the authority, or 4-1, or 5-0.
Right, and if you put it in the
Sure.
policy, you have the authority.
Not if
Sure.
it violates the law.
It does.
I think people have said enough. I think we're good to go. It's getting late.
Yeah. No, excuse me, what did you say, sir?
I said I think it's getting late enough, and people have said their piece, so
Let's move on. Okay, so, looks like there's issues here. Do I have any motion as to what to do with this?
make the motion to approve the policy as proposed, to fix the indenting, so the 4, 5, 6, 7 is all in line, though.
I have a better motion.
Well, I just made one. Let's see if there's a second.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Oh, here we go.
Discussion?
I think we just add it.
Can make an amendment. You can amend the motion.
I would like to amend the motion.
Go ahead.
I believe this board policy may be proposed as written. However, I propose that we take it to a subcommittee and discuss it in subcommittee with the consultation of legal and consultation of ACCT consultants.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Discussion?
Chair?
Go ahead.
Colton, Mr. Boyles, would you have any input onto the legality of adding this into the board policy? Or would you like to wait until we meet in subcommittee?
Chair.
Yes, go
Trustee
ahead.
Zimmerman, I'm happy to provide that opinion to you, Trustee Zimmerman, but it sounds like the dispute is over whether an individual board member can instruct me to conduct that work. And so I think that I would need consensus, and I would be happy to do that. Would you like me to make an oral presentation related to your question now, or are you looking for a written response?
I think written would be good, and I'd like it delivered at a subcommittee policy meeting.
I'm happy to do whatever the board instructs me to do.
That's my
Trustee Zimmerman.
proposal.
Is that part of your motion, or is that just a trustee request to the lawyer?
We can add it to the motion.
Do you want to rephrase it for everybody?
Well, Chair, why don't you start off with the initial motion, and then I'll add my amendment.
You want to have Susie read it back?
I asked for a motion. I don't think I made it, so.
No, there's a motion on the floor that was seconded by me and Todd, and then they made a motion and seconded.
And
Motion to,
the
Trustee
reason,
Zimmerman and Trustee Corkle.
this is apparently more sensitive, and again, there's two parts. It's industry standard that everybody gets direction from their manager, so to speak. So, and the board provides some of that. So I have, the question is, to me, is how soon do we need to do this? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. Sir, you had a motion and a second, discussion. You
Right.
had a motion to amend with a second. You've had discussion. At this point, it's appropriate to call for the vote on the amendment. And then, depending on how the amendment goes, then you go back to the original motion and have a vote on that.
Chair, I could restate, or give an attempt to restate the amendment, subject to Trustee
ahead.
Zimmerman's. My notes state that Trustee Zimmerman moved to amend the original motion, to take the motion to, or the policy to a subcommittee, consult with legal counsel and ACCT regarding the policy, and to have the college's general counsel provide an opinion related to the policy to the subcommittee. That's my recollection.
Sounds right.
And in terms of the amendment, I'm trying to get an idea of if we need to do, how soon we need to do this.
No. No, in the same board meeting, we're complaining about outrageous lawyer costs, and yet we're doing what I would say needless analysis.
Yeah, part of what I was trying to get at was controlling making sure multiple people don't go to Colton and ask for work without going through the board. And in fact, I put together a flow chart and was going to meet with Dr. Swain and Sarah and haven't been able to do that. Go ahead.
Yes, the reason we hired the accreditation attorney was because we were so concerned that we might commit a grave error that would cause us to be in such a terrible place. So, let's not make a grave error legality. We are about to do something here that is not only going to cause problems with our own college, with our own policy, but quite possibly, probably likely get us in trouble with NWCCU again. So now we're going to be calling Mr. Stanley Freeman at $900 an hour to fix a mistake that we don't need to make. Go to subcommittee with the opinion, it's much cheaper to pay for Colton Boyles than it is for Stanley Freeman, and let's get an opinion, and let's do this right, or maybe we just don't even change it at all. Leave it as it is.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Are you going to call for a vote on the amendment? If you are, great, we'll move to that. If not, then I will make one comment.
Go ahead.
Okay. Dr. Swain is the trustee's, quote, one employee. And yet, never wants to answer us to the board. I don't understand that. You're not restricting him. He has his own budget. He's going to do things. All you're doing is reviewing the billings from himself and from the legal counsel, and then it gets passed to him. So it's a collaborative effort. So I don't know why so much resistance. I guess there's just an autonomy that must be needed there. So it makes no sense that there's such a fight over this, to be honest. And the other thing is, at some point, and I think in June, you're going to try to schedule an evaluation for him. And we've done one before, and I've done them. I got many evaluations I've done over presidents over the years. And there's a whole lot of questions in those evaluations. And they ask, how did the president do this? How did he act this way? How did he accomplish this? Did you see what activities he was doing? Or do you understand the thought process? How effective was he in doing this? And a lot of times, if you're not interacting with the board chair or the board in general, or there's not a lot of information, you're really closed in and you're really controlling, a lot of those times, on a 1 through 5, it ends up with a DK because you don't know. So there's a certain transparency that has to be here just to help us to understand what's going on. I mean, ideally, it'd be nice to see the president's calendar and see how he's representing the college and where, and with the external agencies and the travel. And you could see how he's engaging, and you'd understand the things that he's doing as he represents the college. And then if it says, hey, is he representing the
Chair Wagner,
external
could you
constituencies?
keep order of
You'd
the
say,
meeting and start handing out warnings?
You'd say yes. That's all. It's just insight.
Excuse me. Are you through, Trustee?
Well, it was not a rant. You guys are impolite. I was making a point.
Chair Wagner, are you going to get
So,
hold of the
that's
meeting,
fine.
please?
But
I'm doing that.
It's just an example I was using, that we should have some visibility. This is just another example, but the chair's having the visibility on just what's going on, that's all. It's an
Right.
extra check.
And if we don't even know what's going on in your expense report, we don't know.
And that's why at CSI, it's my account is reviewed by the CFO, and it has been. She looks
But
at my
that's
account.
not the board. The board wants more visibility.
I'm happy to let you review my account. It's much less than what you guys
Understand the
spend.
problem, then.
I'm happy to let you review what I spend money on. I don't spend money.
Then why the resistance, sir?
Because it's a matter of policy that you don't get involved in operations. And
We're not,
it's a matter of principle.
Mr.
So
Chair,
you
we're
don't-
not impacting operations. Will you just keep talking, sir? I might as well keep talking too. You're equally rude.
Come on. I would agree.
I'm the trustee, you're the president, you're not the sixth trustee.
Only to do board work and not to do operations. And we can't just expand the definition of operations to cover all kinds of things. So that's part of the issue here, is exactly where's that border between operations and the board?
And I gave you the example from CSI, where the president's budget is reviewed by the CFO, and the legal budget is reviewed by the president. And that's the way it is operationalized at CSI, which is the example you use. So it is a matter of principle that I argue this, because the old slippery slope argument, and things get real slippery here real quickly when we start to blur the line between operations and board action. And this, when you are doing something outside of a meeting, where you are approving something, it is then it is operations. When you start taking action, then it is operations. The board is supposed to manage through policy and directing of the president, not through direct action. So when you do direct action, it is operations. And at CSI, which is your example, it's all delegated.
Mr. chair, if the president is done.
But what delegating means is it's in the policy, and the board decided to do the delegation.
Chair Wagner.
Go ahead.
Think.
Trustee Banducci.
Well, you may have just made this statement. The irony here is that now we're saying that there's a policy, albeit maybe a little bit stale, but that CSI is not even following their own policy, because it doesn't appear that there's anywhere it says the delegate, but I don't have their policy in front of me, so I don't know what it says in that regard. So we're looking at the policy, and if they're following their policy, great. If they're not, that's their problem. So.
Chair, I would just like to say something, maybe.
Go
as a
ahead,
closing.
trustee McKenzie.
I've always thought it odd, ever since I became a trustee, that trustees have no insight on this one, number 6, bullet point. And I would just like to comment from personal experience that during a presidential dismissal, or just at the time that the board was working heavily closely with ICRIMP, that many, I'm sure, attorney fees came about that the president would probably have no clue on. So I think it's wise to have somebody at the board level, basically.
As I said.
So, anyway, I'm ready to vote.
We are on an amendment at this point, not the
Yes,
original.
we're an amendment, not on
Yeah.
on the main portion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take 10 seconds, please.
Go ahead.
I want to remind everybody, this is a public institution. We play by very strict rules. This is a very dangerous thing to do.
Well, I'm going to disagree because of my background. I have like 40 years in management. And this is this is standard stuff, and the board needs to know what's going on.
Again, this is a public institution, sir, not private industry.
Well, still.
Chair Wagner, I call the question.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chair, there's still a.
Go ahead.
There's still a chain of command, and there's still accountability, whether it's a public institution, corporate world, or the military. They all have that same similarity.
And to check on this, I did talk to Debbie Thomas, and she said in terms of her expense reports being, for example, signed, yes, and when she was the president of the college in Idaho, in California, that's what they did. So I don't know where this other information comes from, but I had anticipated this would not be so contentious.
Chair?
And so I'm disagreeing. Go ahead.
This is the state of Idaho, not the state of California. I also spoke with Debbie DeThomas, and she stated that point very clearly. So, again, I think we should take it back to subcommittee, to the policy subcommittee, and let's talk it out and do, if we're going to make a change, let's do it legally, let's do it correctly, let's not get ourselves into trouble, let's not create a grave error.
Well,
I'm not asking for the world here, I'm asking for
What's the
being
urgency?
reasonable.
Do the right thing, Mike.
So,
We have an amendment on the floor.
yeah, we have an amendment on the floor. We have a process, modified Robert's Rules of Order that we need to follow.
So an affirmative vote, I think, would send it to a subcommittee and also send a request to the lawyer and a lot of it.
Then we would have more information.
Well,
But
okay.
Yes.
Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead.
We vote on the amendment. If the amendment fails, we go back to the original motion. If the amendment passes, we still have to go back to the original motion with the amendment. So you actually would have to pass it twice.
I'm asking, what,
So we have
do
to
we
have
need
the-
to do this right now?
just because people say it's illegal doesn't make it illegal.
It is
People have
not
said-
illegal, there's no question, I've already done my research.
Yeah, exactly, sir. So I don't know why we need to have more legal bills for people to complain about.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, go ahead.
it's your item, sir. So if you feel strongly about it, then let's move forward and do the votes. It's kind of on you now.
Well,
Do the right thing.
go ahead.
That was the president
Okay.
We don't need to jump to conclusions. Let's take the time to sit down and think it through. And there's no need, this came about between last meeting and this meeting. Let's take the time, sit down, and figure it out and do it right the first time, instead of making mistakes that cause us concerns with NWCCU and other issues. We don't need to pass it tonight. There's nothing to approve.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I don't want to sound like I'm being combative, so I'm going to speak to you, not to anybody else at the table. You were thoughtful and you put this on the agenda. You researched, you talked to other folks, you talked to ACCT, you've done other things. I don't believe that you've irrationally jumped to any conclusions. Now, tonight, there's been some conclusions that have been drawn just extemporaneously right now. Oh, we're going to be in trouble with accreditation. Oh, it's illegal. Oh, it's... So those are the only conclusions that have been jumped to with no foundation that I'm aware of, no valid legal opinion, and no knowledge that actually knows that those are facts. But yet you did the research, you spent the time, you were intentional about what you were doing, and there was reasons for why you were doing it. So if you believe that to be the case, sir, then stay the course and do what you intended to do and what you would desire to do. If you now do not believe that to be the case, then I guess you need to make that statement right now.
Hang on just a minute. Colton, do you have any concerns, or do you just say you don't have information at this point?
Well, there's certainly the process issue, and the board can, we discussed this last meeting, the board can deviate from that process if it so chooses. It seems like a fairly benign addition to me to approve an expense report and add another layer of review for the college attorney. I don't see how this affects the president's operational capacity. Chair Wagner is not doing anything he already doesn't do, maybe other than the presidential expense report. It comes from another college. Whether or not they follow their policy or not, I guess is not relevant at this point, because we have two conflicting stories here. One says they do, one says they don't. And there's other provisions in CSI's policy. They have a whole section regarding their general counsel. And the context here, though, that we shouldn't forget is that the college attorney's role is a dual reporting role. And so I do report to the president and I report to the board. And so the president does have authority to request that I perform work on behalf of the college as well as the board. And the RFP also requires the college general counsel, whether it's myself or whoever comes after me, to take certain actions without being asked to do it. And so I would encourage anyone to reread the RFP and what the college said. This is your job, we expect you to do it. And so there's a portion of my duties that I do. I determine what recommendation to make to the college. There's a portion that the president has authority over, and a portion that the board has authority over. The big picture to me is what's important in maintaining those spheres of authority, and it's critical to maintain the sphere of the president's operational authority and make sure the board is in its policy-making role. I'm not seeing the impact on those roles with this specific clause. And I'm welcome to take information on that, but I just don't see how it will affect how the president and the board chair operates.
Chair, if I could be recognized.
Go ahead, what'd you say?
If I could be recognized.
Yes, you may be recognized.
Policy 20104. Policies are adopted by the Board of Trustees and are intended to address the internal governance of the college. The principal vehicle for participation from college faculty, staff, and students is through the College Senate. The adoption, deletion, or revision of policies and procedures affecting the internal administration of the Board of Trustees and/or its relationship with the office of the President is not subject to comment by either the office of the president or the college senate. The adoption, deletion, and revision of these policies and procedures is reserved exclusively to the Board of Trustees. So I just encourage each one of us to, all members of this board, to adhere to policy 20104 and stop the combative relationship. So thank you, sir.
So I would just say, if I may,
Is not subject to comment of the office of the president.
you're not the chair.
I just read the policy, sir.
That's not the point. I don't see that this is a big deal.
And you hadn't been recognized yet.
I asked to be recognized.
He hadn't recognized you, though.
I'm waiting.
Go ahead.
You were talking.
So the RFP that Colton just mentioned is an RFP, not a legal requirement. It says that these are the things that you may do. It doesn't say that the attorney gets to decide what he does and charges for it. That's violates the Idaho Code of Civil, help me out. But yeah, so there's an Idaho Code of Ethics, and you're actually supposed to get tasked to do the work before you do it. So you say, hey, look, this policy, this legislation that I see here, we probably should dig into that. Is that okay for me to do an analysis on? As opposed to doing the analysis and just sending us a bill. The RFP doesn't set your duties and responsibilities as a contract. My opinion.
So you and I have talked about making sure that we control some of these expenses, and this, I was using this as an example. And so obviously,
Mike, if we could stay on the single topic, the legal costs are next topic.
Thank you.
let me follow. So this was one way to do it, and I was using the CSI to do it that way.
So the additional expenses, the $19,511 for the month of February are expenses that I would say 90% of those are attributed to the board asking questions of the attorney that may or may not be required. None of them involved my lawsuit, so they could have come through me, they could have come through you, but the board members are directly accessing the attorney without concern for what it costs. So
You're jumping ahead to the next
no, because
topic.
I'm talking about this policy that you're talking about here. So reviewing my expense report, which I have no problem. Like I do everything with the expectation that it will be reviewed by public record. Everything that I do is above board. My expenses are probably lower than any of the last 5 presidents we've had in the last 2 years. So I have no problem with making them public, sharing them with you. It's the attorney fees that add an extra step to my work that I have a responsibility to ensure those are accurate. And so if you look at the analysis that's in the next phase, part of the reason why we can't do really accurate analysis is because the bills aren't itemized in a way that makes it very clear. And so those are things that we need to review. And reviewing, this is like retaliating. Nick Swain says he's going to approve these budget requests and you can't do anything about it. Oh, yes, we can. We can make a policy. That's what it's about. And so
This is not constructive.
Well, but it is what's happening.
Chair, I think this is half the reason why our policy is written the way it is.
Yeah.
I encourage us all to stick to our policy.
Yeah,
Mr. Chair,
go ahead.
Exercise your gavel, please, sir, and let's get to the vote.
Okay, so vote on the amendment.
Do the right thing.
Let's go ahead. Corkill,
Yes.
Zimmerman,
Yes.
McKenzie,
Nay?
Banducci.
Nay.
And at this point, it looks like we need to address some of these things, so I'm going to say nay. So it does not pass.
So we're back to the original motion.
Now we're back to the original motion, because I just don't see that this is that big of a thing. And the
Call for the vote.
board votes on the policies and approves the policies, and I don't think we're getting into operational information and processes. So we're back to the other one.
Motion is to approve the policy as proposed, fixing the indentation.
Right. And we have a second, so we have a vote.
Is it a roll call vote?
Let's do a roll call vote. Corkill.
No.
Zimmerman.
No?
Banducci.
Aye.
McKenzie. I don't think this is this big a deal. I'm going to vote aye, and it passes. So that's where we are, and we need to have some further discussions. And if we need to change this, I'm certainly willing to do that. Okay, so let's,
Thanks for the input.
as I explained when I started in the chair's speech, we get into these role issues. We need to get these worked out. And obviously, both sides have strong feelings about where that line is, and we're working that all the time. And we need to get that done and then move on. There's really not that much that needs to be done. So let's move on. On to the next agenda item. Which is, looks like, there it is. Discussion, decision of general counsel, or excuse me, controlling legal costs, which is another issue here. And we have Dr. Swain here.
So, since we hired our new attorney in October, legal costs have been very, very high. And part of my job as president is to control costs. And in reviewing the invoices over time, after the first month, a lot of money was spent on research when we were told that that was not going to be necessary. So we just started trying to track out and attribute the invoices and categorize it in a way that made sense so that we could start to control costs. And I brought this to your attention back in January. You said you were going to work on it, and then the February bill came, and it was $19,511. And then the March bill came, and it was $12,280, and I don't remember exactly. I can pull it up if you'd like. Actually, I do have it. The March bill was $12,215. And that's billed so the March bill, I calculated, was about 76 hours of work at $275 an hour. That's a lot of hours, and we got to figure out a way to reduce that. And so when I had a meeting with Trustee McKenzie, and I said, I'm not going to, I'm prepared to address some of these in detail if you want, but I said I would not do that. But there has to be a way that we can control these costs. One question that was asked, and the problem with this analysis that's in the board book is I can't attribute it. I don't know who asked the question, and we're talking about questions that are not involving my court case, so there's no reason why I shouldn't know who's asking the question. There's analysis done, and it appears that a work product was provided. Was it provided to all 5 trustees? Was it provided as stated? And did it really cost, like in one case, 8.4 hours of time? I can't do that level of detail analysis and review with the invoices the way they are. And the American Bar Association has long advised against what's called block billing, where you just say general statement and 8.4 hours. And so I'm asking a couple things. One is that we get detailed billing where we know who's asking for it. If there's a product produced, that we get a copy of it, and that all trustees get a copy of that work, and that we control who's asking for it, and we have an understanding and an estimate of what kind of time is going to be involved. So those are I think that's, I don't think that's exceptional. I think that's expected. And I just think that we need to get our costs down to under $10,000 a month, unless there's some sort of an exceptional issue that comes up. And the way that we do that is by having questions flow through the chair and me, because a lot of the questions that are asked, I suspect, could be handled by experts in the field that are here on campus without going to a legal expense. So it's a whole package deal, and it's a change in behavior. And part of that is because of the legal issues that have gotten us to this point, have put you in a position as a board of feeling that you need to have direct access to the attorney. You're very comfortable with the attorney. You call the attorney up. He's very comfortable taking your question and tallying up the bill and sending it back to us. And I think we just need to get a handle on that and not do that. And we're trying really hard as a college to control all of our costs. As you heard the budget tonight, controlling all of our costs is really important. And I just ask for the board to do their fair share.
Right, and one of the things that I had laid out and then we weren't able to meet was that if any of the trustees need work, that they contact me and we discuss it so that we don't have random people calling and generating work. There really isn't much of that, but you don't have the information to know that there's really not that much, right?
Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Let's start with Mr. Trustee Banducci down there.
Well, observation and a question. One would be, I'm sure there's had to have been a lot of time, and 1 month was a little heavier amount there, but if I recall, Mr. Boyles was doing quite a bit of work with panel counsel, and there was a lot going on. We had multiple lawsuits. I guess the first thing to reduce costs is ask your friends not to sue us.
Or ask the board not to do stupid things that cause me to have to sue them.
Don't do that. Hang on.
No.
That's an opinion.
Chair, are you going to handle warnings?
No, I'm kind of enjoying it, actually.
Were you recognized to speak, or you just always speak out?
Just be quiet.
I mean, seriously. Show a little discipline and respect, would you?
Let's not attack anybody. Let's keep it quiet. We've done a really good job.
Well, he just called the board stupid. That's pretty impressive.
No, I did not. I said doing stupid legal things.
Very nice, very nice. Secondly,
he is correct.
What I don't see in here is an accounting for all the records requests in the FOIA. I have to suspect that that's
in here.
Under, how would I note that? What's that?
It's in the college.
Under college?
Yep.
Okay, because I would think there was a lot of that going on. Some folks seem to need, ask for a lot of documents.
I had just to give you some information, I had a discussion with Mr. Boyles, and he has some concerns about what shows in here, and maybe it's, again, we're talking about communication.
Right.
That you may not know, and I can see that there's a communications issue here, that we need to work this issue. Would you like to speak, Mr. Boyles?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have an issue with any of the requests that President Swain is making. My interactions with President Swain have been pleasant, and we tend to work well together. I don't have a problem going over line by line with him. I just don't think we've had that conversation really between the president and myself. And going to the chair is appropriate. President Swain's also welcome to come to me to have that discussion. You might remember that we had a lawsuit related to redacting contracts and invoices and things. And so I've endeavored to draft my invoices in a way where I could release them unredacted. And so obviously I have to keep names of students or personal matters. I can't put that in the invoice, but I try to write it so that way it just goes out and there's no redactions. So that means some of those items may be ambiguous, but it's not that there's not documentation to show that they occur. It's been stated that I have casual conversations and bill for that. That's categorically untrue. Any allegation that I'm not complying with the rules of ethics is categorically untrue. And I stand ready to defend every single billing entry in my contract, in my invoice, and according to the RFP, which requires me to monitor proposed legislation and changes in the law that may impact the college, and to notify the board and administration of those changes. And so the goal is to reduce the fees, and I believe we're trending that way. We are in an exceptional time. We're dealing with matters of first impression related to accreditation. There's lots going on around the nation, especially in Florida, between accrediting bodies, Title IX, Title VII, things that the president's doing with rules, and we have to respond to that. But this summary here is not entirely accurate in the way it breaks down between the president and the board, but it's not because President Swain intended anything to be inaccurate. It's just because maybe on certain items he lacks information. And for the most part it is. But I would call out December, where all the college expenses, according to my calculations, were around $34.65. But I looked at my records and we spent over that amount just on public records requests. And so I'm ready
I admit it's not perfect.
Yeah, it's not perfect, and I have no issues with it, and I'm happy to talk with President Swain more about it. And so I think this is an opportunity to have a constructive conversation between myself and the president and make the appropriate changes, and I will take that input wholeheartedly and endeavor to follow it to the best of my ability. And so I invite that conversation, and I don't think any of the comments that were made, other than the ones alleging
I don't mean to allege. I mean, it's you know, the impression is sometimes when I don't have the data that what's going on, so.
Sure.
Chair, if I could be recognized.
I want to make a statement. I understand, and I believe that a lot of this is information and lack of information, and we need to share that. And also, I'd like to let you know that I'm working I literally have a flow chart so that if certain requests come in, and we can talk about that it doesn't get done unless I approve it, which I'm not really excited about spending that time. But we need to make sure that some of the things you're concerned about get addressed so that, yes, I believe I need to have Mr. Boyles do some research, but we need to minimize those costs. And we need to control them, and so I'm ready to speak with you about that.
It's not an action
I
item,
literally
so
have a flow chart with diamonds and blocks and all that stuff that I think you probably would agree with, but we need to sit down and talk about it.
Okay.
Chair Wagner.
It's not an action item, so we don't have to.
Right. Go ahead.
If you could allow me to just maybe you can direct a question to just help me understand how this made it into the board packet this far. Like, did you approve this agenda item? Like, it seems like this should just been a conversation between you, the president.
Right. It should have been a discussion offline, and what happened was I approved the line item on there, but I thought it was something else. So the content was not what I thought it was going to be. And so it became another discussion. It's already in the board book. It's already approved. So, and there's nothing improper going on. It's just, okay, that happened.
We're all adhering to the rule and no surprises, so it just seems like this was
Right.
a surprise.
So, yeah, and there's no intent. It's just something that happened. We need to work this out. We need to make sure we're paying the minimum costs, but we need to make sure we're avoiding lawsuits and that type of thing. So I'm being very careful of anything I do, and I'm asking for advice so we don't make mistakes.
It's fine.
Okay?
Chair, I have one last comment, if I may.
Go ahead.
President Swain, I respect your input, and I welcome the opportunity to have that discussion with you, and I appreciate you bringing that to our attention.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I would just like to say, I feel like there's been statements made about billing, about individual line item concerns, and I did appreciate the conversation with the president. And subsequently, since that time, I've had a conversation, and all of my concerns have been easily addressed, and I recommend that conversation. I think will solve a lot of statements that have been made.
Great.
I'm done.
Okay, anything else? Can we move on? Because we still have a few more items. So let's move to first reading 401 program evaluation. Dr. Swain.
So this is, I guess, our Lloyd, do you want to address that, or are you going to? Yeah, so come up. So the program evaluation, it's some minor changes, and I talked to Trustee McKenzie about this. This is a change to the policy, and really what one of the big changes is those nationally accredited programs like nursing, for example, that are accredited and very strictly reviewed are no longer. We don't need to have an internal review of those. And then the other thing is really just simply, we don't have a vice president of instruction. We have a chief academic officer or provost. So those are some pretty minor changes, and happy to discuss those if you'd like, but pretty minor changes to the policy. I also discussed, and I provided Trustee McKenzie a book that we're looking at in terms of the procedures for doing improving program review, and I tabbed page 60 of that if you want to take a look at it. Then so that's all it is, just some minor changes to.
Okay.
Are you going to let him introduce it?
Go ahead, Trustee McKenzie.
No, I was going to ask if they're going to introduce it.
If you have any questions, did I miss anything?
No, I think you covered the changes.
Okay. So are we ready to move to a motion?
We don't, it's on first.
Oh, it's first reading, so we don't need that. Yeah, you're right.
To look at it.
And-
And these were added late to the board book because they came out of Senate on the day after Mike and I met. And so we wanted to get them in the board book because they were pretty small changes. The second one then, I guess if you want to jump to the next tab.
Yeah, we can go
tab
ahead
12.
to academic program review.
So on textbook adoption, what happened, and this happened across the country several years ago, faculty, a few unsavory faculty would ask textbook publishing companies for sample copies of a textbook. So I'm thinking about adopting this textbook. Will you send me a sample copy of it so I can review it? So they get these review copies, and then at the end of the year they would sell them without ever the intent of implementing that textbook. And so what most of the publishers have done now, and I think all the publishers have done, you cannot get a sample copy anymore. They give you an electronic version. You download the electronic version, and it times out after a certain period of time, and that's it. And if you can call them back and say, I didn't get time to review it, but and they'll give you the access again, but they don't give you paper copies that then you can turn around and sell. And so with that, the policy, this policy of textbook, the departments have always been able to adopt textbooks, but this kept faculty from having the authority to reach out and solicit textbooks. And it was most likely over 20 years, probably 2 faculty. And they don't want to name them, but they probably tell you who they were. And so it's just not an issue anymore.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
President Swain.
Trustee Banducci.
A question for you. I'm not aware of it occurring here at this college, but I know of a college where it did occur, and some students a professor had written a book, and then his students had to buy the book for the class. I don't know if we even have a policy that addresses that. I don't know if that's ever happened here, but do we have a policy if one of our professors writes a book or co-authors a book or something like that, is it provided, would it be provided free to the students, or is there some policy where it'd be sold strictly at cost or something like that? I don't know if we've ever even had that come up.
I don't think we've had that issue.
Yeah, we don't have a policy surrounding that. An example I can think of is the communication department wrote their own textbook, and the goal of that was to reduce costs. So they went from
OER.
a $100 book down to a $35 book, and now it's an OER.
Okay.
So I found our faculty really trying to reduce costs when they.
And that's where we've
work
been
on it.
trending. That's why I was wondering, I didn't know if we'd even
And that's
have a
why
policy or
the
everything.
policy's not necessary.
Chair Wagner, if I
Yeah.
could chime in on that.
Go ahead.
I'm aware of two examples where that is the case.
Well, it happened to one of my own
And
sons.
one of them, I know, offers his book, or their book, to the students for free for their class, which I think is admirable. And I think they worked that out with the publisher, and I think that's great. But I do think a policy, I'm here to learn, and I would appreciate your thoughts to explain of why no policy regarding textbooks is needed. And especially with the examples that I know of, that at least two of our professors, and we have the OER example, which I'm fine with. I do not mean to project doubt or ill will, but I do firmly believe that a policy regarding textbooks need to just keep our institution in line. So I'm here to learn from you. Feel free to present, and then I'll have some questions to help me understand.
Absolutely. So in reviewing this policy, I went out to other institutions, and there's really not a lot of examples out there where institutions have textbook adoption policies. What institutions have done is moved guidelines and that kind of information into faculty handbooks. So there's processes, there's guidelines about looking for low cost, no cost textbooks, and that's certainly an initiative we have here at NIC, but that's the main way that institutions have addressed textbooks.
Okay, so why should NIC do it that way then?
I'm not opposed to a policy if there's something of value that's worth putting in a policy. The current policy is outdated and has no value.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I don't know if.
Yeah, that's fine.
You mentioned how sometimes it is addressed. Do we do that here in that capacity somehow? Or we just don't speak to it at all?
In the faculty handbook,
Yes, ma'am.
we do talk about the adoption process in the faculty handbook, and we could certainly beef up guidelines for faculty if that's something the board would like to see.
Again, I'm not aware of it being abused, and maybe because we're a two-year institution, it's even far less likely. I'm not sure how many books are authored at this level by our faculty. I know there have been a few, but, so I don't mean to say our people can't, but I just don't know it's as common as maybe in a four-year environment.
I think that's accurate.
Okay.
Okay,
Chair.
anything further?
Yeah, your presentation over, like, just thinking it needs to go away, okay. So, right now, even though the policy may be outdated, it at least provides one other person in the loop of, whether it be, in this case, it's the division chair, of just a sanity check for textbooks, selection for the class. So, I disagree with this policy going away. I think at least one other person in the loop. If you would describe, help me understand, I think there's a textbook policy council?
No.
No, there's, Dr.
We have an OER committee.
And a
That perhaps we
CNI committee, Curriculum Instruction Committee.
Curriculum Instruction Committee?
The
And,
curriculum council doesn't
Doesn't-
do textbook
Right.
approvals. That's very much a faculty decision.
okay, so, I've been told that is this a true statement? Maybe you can, I'll ask the experts and you can maybe come back with the second reading or something, that many states don't even allow for other faculty to like sorry, let me read this. Yeah, is this true that some states don't even allow other faculty to like say supervise like what textbook selections are done? That's kind of more done at the staff and administration level?
No.
Well, it's a question, so you don't have to be on the spot on the second.
I can't speak to practices outside of NIC.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah,
Are you done?
hang on just a minute, because he's still looking.
Yeah, I think just what we're looking at is, we want consistency from top to bottom, and that's what accreditation is looking for, and not subjective decisions hiding behind academic freedom. So for example, like, NIC, we do not need decisions that are subjective. I think that's what, division chairs, like in this example, they need hard guidelines that aligns with school policy, and that needs to align with the mission and the vision, which both need to align with the strategic plan. So one chair, so right now, as I read this, materials must be approved by the division chair who consults with the bookstore manager for ordering. One chair can say a book is okay and another is not, and there's no real guidelines, either in a procedure or policy or however you want. Textbooks need guidelines that align with the strategic plan. So that's...
Let me put it this way. I haven't had a student complain about a textbook, but we do have a student complaint policy. And that's how that would rise up to us.
Mr. Chair?
That's
Go ahead.
rich.
There were only two, for everybody who can't see it, you probably don't understand, there's only 2 line items in this policy. It's a pretty brief policy. And one of them speaks to what President Swain was talking about getting a book and then reselling it and to profit yourself inappropriately. And then the other was Trustee McKenzie was just noting what it talked about. For practical purposes, whether we need a policy or not, is that still kind of how it works, though, where it talks about how the division chair was the one that would be looking at the materials and then coordinating with the bookstore manager?
No. So when I work on policy, I look at what is current practice and ensure what we're bringing to you as current practice. Chairs do not approve textbooks.
And I was kind of curious, too, since we're bringing in a new vendor, so I was kind of...
They don't align textbooks among like multiple English courses or anything?
So departments often work together and decide this is the book. We want students to have a common experience, so we're all going to teach from this particular book. So that does happen. You'll see that in math, English, communication's a good example of that.
Yes.
At a department level among faculty. And I have no problem with chairs approving it. I don't think it's material. I think chairs are aware of the textbooks that are out there, so if that's important to the board, I don't know that that's a hill to die on.
This is, if I may, it's almost 10 o'clock.
Well,
and we
I think
still
we're
got-
almost over, Chair, so
Okay, so
let him finish.
go ahead, Lloyd.
It hasn't been a practice since I've been here that chairs approve textbooks, and that's going on 32 years.
Okay.
So that policy's a little bit obsolete. or
So
old.
it just,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
why we
That's
were
why I asked
taking
the
it out.
question. I didn't know if that was
Yeah, yeah.
practice still or not.
Okay.
Okay.
The faculty will bring the textbooks, and the division chairs know about it, and they know what textbooks are being, but it's the faculty who basically bring them forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So,
Guys, This is
this is first reading, so
This is not good to just delete this. I'm telling you, I think we need to give guidance to the administration to come up with a course material policy.
I'm not hearing a need for it.
You do. Then go into executive session this next time, sir, and I'll explain to you.
Mr.
Go
Chair.
ahead.
Mr. Chair, may I,
Reason to go into
may I suggest that possibly...
Student
You-
complaints are a good reason to
Let-
go into
let-
executive session.
Mr. Trustee Banducci talk.
Not to create more work for you and Trustee Zimmerman, but since you guys are the policy subcommittee, maybe it's something you could look at your convenience
This is an
and
administration.
give us an opinion on this or what we could do with it possibly.
There's actually, Trustee Zimmerman, there's a number of policies people have been giving me, and I was going to look at those, and we haven't had a meeting for a couple times, And maybe we need a meeting in the middle of May and cover some of these things.
Thank you for bringing that forward for a first reading. I think it's a cool problem to have, faculty writing textbooks, so.
Yeah, exactly. So unless this is the first reading, I think we need to move along because we have 9
Maybe, if they're still here.
public comments. And I see the first one is still sitting over here. So maybe they're all here.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go ahead with the public comments. Teresa Bornpaul. Controlling legal fees.
Board, my name is Dr. Teresa Bornpole, and tonight I'll be speaking on legal fees in the budget. So when all of you ran for office, all the trustees, you said that you were fiscal conservatives. And 2 years in, I believe 2 of you, and 3 of you, however, the KCRCC 3, have proven to be fiscal cons. Some examples. First of all, $4 million for athletic expansion to welcome 152 students. That's about $25,000 per student. Often these students are from out of state or out of country. If we were to apply that same amount of money to local scholarships, we'd be able to give over 1,000 full ride scholarships to local students. That's not fiscal conservatism, but the KCRCC 3 supported it. We also have 3 attorneys. 3. Our newest attorney gets paid in 4 hours what our adjunct professors get paid in 4 months. That's not fiscal conservatism, but the KCRCC 3 supported it. For those of you who have forgotten, we still have 2 presidents. We are paying $205,000 a year, over $15,000 a month, for a president who does nothing. That's not fiscally conservative, but the KCRCC 3 supported it. We elect leadership with our votes, and 2 of the current trustees are going to be on many of your ballots this May, on the 21st. If you have a list of candidates that has Greg McKenzie listed as precinct committeeman 312, or Todd Banducci,
Teresa.
518.
This is not appropriate. You're not supposed to attack people. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's go on. It's Teresa Jamie. She's always here, coming here to comment too. Go ahead.
I'd say let's remind folks that, keep it on topic and no personal attacks, and let's try to do good.
Right.
Okay, Jamie Burby, and I'm talking on legal fees. In December of 2022, you accepted Lyons's resignation, and you did not put out a request for proposals, much like what happened last week. And that caused an open meeting violation. Did you not learn anything? We've gone from $200 an hour to Macomber getting $325. Then his feelings got hurt, so he got $400. And then we get Colton Boyles, and we had another reputable firm, but they were only $20 an hour difference. And the other firm, Stevens Clay, was an education expert. Stevens Clay ranked 97%, Boyles was 60, because he didn't even answer the questions. And Todd Banducci wanted to have a local attorney. Now we're getting another attorney from Washington, D.C. at $900 an hour, and we're going to have to pay them to research everything, and it's not going to be cheap. So, and then with the contract revisions, the forcing of signing that is not appropriate. It's just another nail in the coffin. The costs are going crazy. And I would like to know, is the attorneys for the board or the college, and what does the college mean? Because I saw Greg passing notes to Colton. It seems to me that the attorney represents the board and not the college, and the college is supposed to be the administration, the people that work here, the students, and we don't have representation for us. It's for the board, and this is a fixable problem. Start doing the right thing, making the good decisions. You guys have the power to do it, but you refuse, absolutely refuse. And it's astonishing to me. So, and as far as our wages, that's another topic.
Okay. David O'Reilly.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, Board of Trustees. I'm just back again about Policy 3.02.01, the affirmative action policy that's out of date, still on the books, and illegal federally and in the state of Idaho. I still haven't seen any action taken by the board to remedy that, and I do think that that is something that the NWCCU would like to see for our accreditation checkups as they come. And I also wanted to note that a lot of these legal fees, I think, could be avoided if liberals and other parties weren't constantly suing the college. I currently have grounds for a lawsuit against the college because I was denied a records request recently. And I'm not suing because I don't think we need to be costing needless money from the community, but it would be nice if there was a little bit more transparency and less combativeness. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think, Chair,
Go ahead.
I think it's either on the agenda or in policy that we can provide information to public commenters as suitable. And I think there is progress made on the referenced policy. If maybe you could ask on behalf of the board, ask the administration to share the progress that's been made.
I will not respond to Mr. Riley.
What was that?
We have a policy about responding to public comment. I will not respond to Mr. Riley. It has nothing to do with his policy or his position. It's just not appropriate for us to respond.
And we've pretty much said that, so I'm going to agree with that. Okay? So we'll just go on here.
Follow-up information. It doesn't have to be at this board meeting or.
Oh, I think what he's asking is.
It was an update that Mr. Nolan, or Dr. Nolan provided in his update. He said that it's gone through first read. So we have provided an update. It's on people's, it's up to them to pay attention, but it was provided as an update from the Senate. So.
Okay, so it is being worked on. So you're giving us an update and that's it?
Yeah,
We're done.
He provided the update, right? We're good.
Sounds good. Sounds like everybody's getting tired here. Ron, D80? We have, it looks like it's DEA, TY, he's gone. Okay, Mike Gridley, we know Mr. Gridley.
Yeah, you remember me, I'm Mike Gridley. I was a city attorney for 20 years. I've been a lawyer for 42 years, including a lawyer for Union Pacific Railroad, largest railroad in North America. I have been involved in public records for many years. It's not rocket science. I would agree that you guys need better legal counsel. You don't need $900 an hour counsel. Follow the NWCCU recommendations. It's easy. Just do what they've told you to do. If you choose to hire them, keep in mind that, hire that lawyer, that it's $15 a minute. $15 a minute. You have staff here at NIC that make $15 an hour working for you. And we have needs in this community, including children that are going to be hungry this summer. You have students that that need help for rent, for housing, for all kinds of things. Tuition. So Put the money where it's needed. And if you have any kind of Christian empathy, any kind of Christian caring, think about the community. Think about, put some money against the people that are hating. Put it against the people who are fomenting racism in this community. Do some good with that money. The lawsuits you have lost, and every one of them you have lost, you had to settle my lawsuit. Macomber had to settle my lawsuit. You have lost every single lawsuit. And either you had bad legal advice or the three of you took it upon yourself to do something against your legal advice. So either way, change your way of doing business. Thank you.
Michael McGowan? Is Michael here? Okay, thank you. Mr. Shepler? Robert? It looks like Robert. I don't, you're number 8, Robert, on here, and she's not on here, so.
She's number 4 on the list.
Oh, okay, then that's my error. Okay. Okay, go ahead, and then we'll come back to you. I apologize.
No, you're fine. My name is Robert Shepler, and I'd like to talk about the legal expenses that the college has incurred over the past 18 months. 2023, the college incurred legal expenses over $500,000, $500,000. And that's an insane amount to me because of how much we pay already in property taxes. And I don't care if you're a Republican, a Democrat, conservative, liberal, it makes no difference. $500,000 wasted on lawsuits that could be going to the good of the community. So there's some simple ways that we could work to avoid the lawsuits, and I wrote them down. So I apologize for being slow, but the simplest thing would be to quit breaking laws. Most people who speed and then complain about tickets are basically they're ignoring the law, and we've suffered multiple lawsuits simply because we couldn't follow public meeting rules. And then there's members of the trustees that blame those lawsuits on the people that file them. When people are wrong, they have the right to file. When taxpayers are being screwed over by excessive spending, they have the right to file a lawsuit to correct that. When someone's trying to be terminated unlawfully, they have the right to fight for their contract and their job. Quit blaming Dr. Swain because he filed to protect his rights as an employee. He had a contract. Contract was valid. You knew that the contract was valid. Your attorneys told you so, and yet you still decided to pursue it, and thus that was another $150,000 in lawyer fees you got to pay. The last thing I'd like to say, and I've heard it referenced multiple times tonight, is the RFP process that Attorney Boyles has recommended that he has to follow. And I'm just curious, is that the same RFP process he refused to fill out completely when the position was originally open? Thank you.
Karen, you're up.
So public comment is still at the end, which means the public still doesn't get to say anything about what you vote on before you vote on it. And yeah, there's an accountability process. This board still reports to the public. So as your managers, I think that you're doing it the wrong way again. And when I say I, that means me. And when I say we, I speak for logic and reason and the people that expect honesty and integrity and accountability and responsibility from the 5 of you. Stop the shenanigans. Don't be part of the shenanigans. Mr. Chair, I really hope that your choice tonight to change that policy does not come back to bite the college. I can see that you are honestly trying to work with Dr. Swain to get things corrected. But when you get 2 differing stories Usually it means somebody's wrong. Take the moment and double check. Heck, you could have got Deputy Thomas on the phone tonight. But you chose not to do that. You chose to open us up to another very potentially legal lawsuit. And while some people go, oh, it's no big deal, your inability to see something does not negate its existence. You should hear what all of the trustees on the board are saying and not be swayed by outside forces and external interests, because this is a college. It's about education. You need to stop with the lawsuits and the shenanigans. That goes for everyone who sits on that board. We expect better.
Okay, we have one left. Pat Clevenger.
My name's Pat Clevenger, Chair Wagner, trustees. Thank you for the time and ability to speak with you. I wanted to read from you from the board packet. And it's at the bottom of page 2, and it says, the NIC board values hearing the views and opinions of the public on agenda topics and will listen carefully and take this input into consideration when making decisions. How does that functionally happen if I'm having the opportunity to speak to you now after all the decisions have been made? The accreditation issue is an optics issue also. If it optically looks like you're not governing well, if the people that get to make the decisions that have busy lives, professions, careers that aren't on the NWCCU, they have families, they've got their businesses, they've got whatever, you have this much time to make an impact in their decision making. So unless you're looking to try to drive this accreditation issue to the Supreme Court of the United States and have a massive legal battle that way, we need to focus on the battle that's here in front of us in April, and that battle is keeping this college accredited. My daughter graduates this May, and I don't know how many more of these graduations you're going to get because the optics look bad when it comes to governance. You can have a technical win and still lose the big battle. So choose the hills you're going to die on. That's my encouragement. It's an optics issue, and I don't know that you see the optics because you're so much in the weeds. I'd love to talk to each and every one of you if you want my opinion or what I'm seeing. And I think each and every one of you have access to my cell phone, and you're welcome to give me a call individually. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so that's the last of the public comment, so I'll leave this up here for Susie. And remarks for the good of the order. Do we have anything else to say? 10:20 sounds like not. We're adjourned.